Yes, please.
Yeah. Can we put some also to this table? Because we see
Sure,
that
by ourselves, yeah, we can do. I mean, I don't have time right now, but
where is the water?
we have to take it all from
1 test 1 hey 1 2 1 1 hey 1 21 2 test 1
I'm not on mute. Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to start in about 2 minutes. If I could please ask you to take your seats. All right. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, honored members of the Bremen government. Actually, first before we start, everybody please take your seats so we can get started. Thank you very much. As I was saying, good afternoon. I'd like to send out a nice warm welcome to all of our guests, members from the Bremen government, members from Constructor Group, faculty and press, and of course, our promising early stage founders. Welcome to Demo Day 2025. My name is Scott Peterson, press spokesman and external communications officer at Constructor University, and I will be your host throughout the day. We have a very special program in store for you today, including a lineup of distinguished speakers, an engaging panel discussion, and of course, the highlight, 15 pitches from our finalists. Today is in many respects the culmination of a long process and in many respects a new chapter. 6 months ago, we began accepting applications to our startup accelerator program, Constructor Start. 3 months ago, and 3,500 submissions later, from 50 countries, we admitted 32 promising startups to our mentorship program, and today the final 15 will pitch their visionary ideas to an expert jury for a $100,000 injection of capital and a chance at up to $1 million in additional funding. This is our agenda today. We will have some opening remarks from our distinguished speakers. As I was saying, Dr. Serge Bell is here. We have Maike Frese, Petra Oetken from Bremen, Matthias Windner, Sergej Kuzmin, and Dmitry Kurin. We will then have our startup pitches in 2 separate sessions, and then a panel discussion. And then, of course, the closing ceremony and the announcement of the winners. Before we get started, I would like everybody to please take out your smartphones and take a shot of that QR code, because we'd like you to join the audience vote. In addition to the jury vote, there will be an audience vote for an additional prize sponsored by Constructor Start. And after each startup pitches their ideas later, you have a chance to vote. We will remind you to join the group throughout the day. So, without further ado, I would now like to introduce the Vice Chairman, Dr. Serge Bell, for his speech on the art of the pitch. Dr. Serge Bell, the stage is yours.
Wow. Thank you. My speech is not on the art of the pitch, but otherwise it's all good. It's the same speech as I gave to startups in the beginning of the demo day. I would just keep repeating it. I will try to fit it into 40 minutes. It's 19 slides. This is just one thing which is very important. There is a lot of tactical things which are important for startups. So how many people here are startups? You see, there are some startups. Good. So one thing which is important is to be able to convince people. And you convince people by speaking and also by presenting some presentations and doing pitches. And you have all kinds of doing presentations. And you know, these are sort of different people I like presenting, very, very different. So Steve Jobs This is his famous speech about iPhone. I have been at that point in the audience. It's probably his best speech. And of course, it's most significant sort of announcement by Apple about iPhone and about iOS, which is now on iPhone and iPad and on Apple TV. And then you have this completely different thing. There is this crazy German guy who has a channel, Visual Math, and he has a very different style. Here is a category theory, which is what I'm recently trying to understand a little bit better. And then yet completely different guy who used to work for Steve Jobs, rather for Apple, and Guy Kawasaki, who presents speeches on different subjects. And so there is a bunch of suggestions on how to do speeches. And typically those suggestions are very, very idiotic. So they would say something like, don't have much on one slide, or like have one message per slide, or have one picture per slide, or like make one slide 2 minutes or 1.5 minutes. And none of this is actually necessarily accurate. So this is my presentation before presentation. I did it because when I presented the speech, I've got many people commenting that the speech is not kosher and it's bad. And so first of all, it's important to speak well, and you mostly need to speak in English. And so it's important to learn how to speak. Some people can speak well without training, but almost everybody can speak well if they get training. I advise it to my children to study acting and to study control of your voice. Some people are born with a voice which is very loud. I was lucky, but some people are not, but you can train it. It's useful to hire a coach if you do pitches. It's not expensive. There is a lot of people who will tell you how to coach. Being coach is much easier than to speak. A lot of coaches are not good speakers, but they're good in telling you how to speak. And they can teach you not in general, but on real slides. So if you need to pitch in demo day, for example, you can get a coach and he will teach you to pitch. And then you should teach not only yourself to speak, but to teach your people, because the company is, of course, a company, and there is a lot of things which are attributes of the company, but mostly what people learn is by talking to your team. And then, of course, there is no universal formula about like one picture per slide or 200 pictures per slide, or no text or small text or large text. It depends on the audience and depends on why you're speaking and which occasion and how big is the screen. Like, for example, here we have, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screens, but sometimes it's much worse. You speak in a condition where the screen is like this, and then audience is there. And so you can only use screen as a reminder for yourself. And it's important that there are different goals. One goal is to impress people, right? So that you just, like a lot of conferences is people just coming out to impress people. Like, look, I'm very clever. In other people is to market something. If you market something, you sort of prepare people to like your product or to convert to your product or to sell. Is very different. You want to close a sale. So you need to be very specific and very focused, and maybe you teach, which is like visual math, or you inform. This is informative speech today, so it's a difference. And it's also, of course, what is the venue. And then, presentation is naturally just a background. And don't believe people who tell you that, it's important what is on the slide. It's totally not important. It's not that important, at least. And, personally, I think slide is a mostly reminder for me. Of course, it needs to align with company branding, but branding is not a visual branding. It is what people should remember about your company. So if what you do is highly technical and highly informative and highly scientific, it's a different style. And the style is not exactly the precise following of the logo. And so reality is that the speeches, the slides are mostly for me. So these slides, which are on the screen, are for me to remind me what I wanted to say. I need to be comfortable speaking. And so that's at least my formula. So then, I wanted to also remind why we do in Constructor. And I think it's a very important message. So this is sort of, Buddhist temple in Bhutan, my favorite place, Tiger's Nest, and this is St. Peter Basilica. Right now there is an American flag there, so it's sort of an American part. And then there's Carnegie Mellon. And I think it's important that, in the past, the center of the civilization was a church. And I think at the moment, the center of the civilization is the university. And, that's especially sad to see that there are some attacks in US on universities, and there is some conflict between, administration and universities. Hopefully this conflict will be resolved in the best manner and university will be untouched. And the world has a lot of problems. That's why we started Constructor. These problems are extremely close to all of us. Wars and violences in Europe, aging and disease. I started in this business 33 years ago. I remember first 20 years, I was mostly dealing with people who are older than me. And right now, I have many employees whose parents are actually younger than me. And so aging and disease is very close to me and many people around me. Environment and sustainability becoming less important. Right now, people are sort of thinking, never mind environment. We don't care. Let's stop the war. Aging and disease and universe and earth challenges, poverty and social justice. All of these are very important things. And knowledge is obtained only through science. If you look at all of the knowledge of the world is contained in about 200 million scientific articles available in Google Scholar or in other sources. And that knowledge converts into education. In order to apply knowledge, you need humans, and humans need to be educated. So that's the way to solve the global problems. We believe that's the best way, and that's why we're doing what we're doing. Of course, when you're doing something good, it is also possibly could be fun. It doesn't have to be, very unpleasant. There is a lot of activities which are good, but not super pleasant. And, doing education and science, in my opinion, is the most fun. And it also could be a good business. It doesn't have to be a bad business. And what also allows us to do Constructor is something which we've been talking about since the very beginning, is a new technology trends. And so I listed some trends. The main trend today is Gen AI, of course. Everybody thinks about Gen AI. Now we can automate knowledge. We can actually automate not just information, but knowledge. And so it's no longer information technology, it's knowledge technology. We're moving to the world to knowledge technology from information technology. And in knowledge technology, things are growing even much faster than in information technology. Hence, just today, there is this multiple announcements about the fact that OpenAI has more than $10 billion in annualized recurring revenue. So don't doubt that OpenAI has enough money with the latest $40 billion raise and $10 billion in revenue. And the fact of the matter is that all software and internet will be rebuilt with OpenAI. So everything you see around you will be OpenAI enabled one way or another. And for us, what is important, you can simulate the physical world and you can do better education, better research. And then enabled by AI, and without it, there are multiple other trends. Computing is changing. Present computing is not sufficient. As it was during internet, computing before internet dealt with many orders of magnitude less information to process. And right now, there is much more and much more complicated information, which is called knowledge. It requires new computers, new conventional computers, but also quantum, neuromorphic, optical computers, robots. Definitely, we are going to be surrounded by autonomous machines, which will do everything better. Energy, all of these machines, unfortunately, is not self-sufficient. So humans are a very efficient species. We eat something which we find. At the moment, robots require us to produce energy. Defense is very important technology related to deep tech. I believe that there is only one way to resolve a desire of humans to kill each other, is to make killing much too difficult. If actually attacking is 10 times more expensive or 100 times more expensive than defending, people will be much less likely wanting to attack other people because it's just too expensive. And if you raise a border and make it like much, much higher, maybe it's 1,000 times, at that point people will stop killing each other. Space, questionable, but I think humans do need to live on multiple planets. Just yesterday, actually, I have the discussion is, does it make sense to actually live on Mars? So who thinks it makes sense to live on Mars? I mean, why? Sasha, do you think it makes sense to live on Mars? You were in space program. Tell us. Right, okay. So I think it's just a part of human DNA. Small percentage of every group wants to explore. Humans were always trying to explore, and so it's natural to explore Mars. And it's probably a good idea. Health stage, biotech, definitely changing the world, especially considering that it could be autonomous. Manufacturing, all the factories, especially in Europe, could be and will be rebuilt with robots. So this whole idea of advantage of China or Bangladesh or whatever, Indonesia for manufacturing because there is a cheap labor is no longer relevant. Not only that the labor is not cheap in those countries, in fact, but it is also not relevant because you can actually replace the human labor with robots. And so the percentage of human labor in the cost is decreasing by the factor of 10 or by the factor of 100. But of course, you need to build new robotic factories. And then, of course, remote presence. Humans are very synchronous species. We have to meet here to fully attend and fully listen. We have people listening online to this, but they are less, less able to understand what we're doing. And that will change, I think, in the future, in 10 years or 20 years. It will be much better to look at things online than to actually be present. And then neuroscience, of course, one thing which is becoming very clear is that humans have a different machines in their head, and it's possible to understand these machines and to improve these machines better. We are very far from reaching our own potential. So when you talk about artificial general intelligence, we should understand that human intelligence is far, maybe 10 times, 100 times far from reaching its potential in terms of knowledge processing. And so because of that, we started Constructor. I wanted to start it about 15 years ago. And then we started somehow 5 years ago, and in a serious sense, around 3 years ago. To some extent, it was inspired by Carnegie Mellon. And this really three things in one. One thing is a constructor knowledge, which is a university, deeply fundamental but applied, with 10,000 students eventually on campus and about 100,000 students in a hybrid and online mode. That's sounds like very large, but in reality, it's really just a very small and reasonable size. Constructor Capital, which is why you guys here, which also has Constructor Start as a program, and then Constructor Technology, which is building software for scientists, teachers, and students, making them more efficient, more effective, K-12 universities and corporate education, based on the modern trends. And why these three things together? Again, inspired by another great institution. So Carnegie Mellon is very close to my heart because it's related to operating systems, related to software engineering, related to software engineering architecture and large software teams. Bell Labs is all around us. Everything we do here is enabled by this organization, which had over 10 Nobel Prizes, 5 Turing Awards, and invented all these wonderful things like radio astronomy, transistor, laser, information theory, blah, 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 lots of different things. And so I want to do it slightly different. We want to do it slightly different. We want to combine not just science and technology like it was in Bell Labs. Notably, Bell Labs was surrounded by good universities. It's on the East Coast. It's not far from Princeton, for example, but also to combine it with education. So Constructor Knowledge is network, test bed for our technologies, talent source, expertise, and research arm, which allows us to be much broader and much more on the edge of science and much closer to our end customer, which is scientist, teacher, end user, customer, teacher, scientist, teacher, and student. Constructor Capital is a corporate and business development beside being a venture fund. And of course, it provides good source of jobs for our students if they want to join any portfolio. Of course, at the moment, it's all very early, so we don't have a lot of portfolio. You will learn about it perhaps later. And then for technology, it allows us to engage with different members of ecosystems, which is supplying the same huge segment of the global economy, which is science, research, and education. And Constructor technology is, again, fitting here very well. Every teacher, every customer of Constructor technology is source for Constructor knowledge and for Constructor Capital, and vice versa. And so with that, I want to talk about Constructor Accelerator, which I don't like to call Constructor Accelerator, and that's really very difficult. People get very much connected to certain concepts like accelerator, incubator, and so the sort of a model for it is Y Combinator, Berkeley Skydeck 500 Startup, more so Berkeley Skydeck. And we want to make it very different. We want to actually call it Constructor Start and not Constructor Accelerator. And the difference is that it is going to be evolving to be much more meta hybrids. You don't need to come to participate. And we will keep trying to evolve the remote engagement methods, driving attention and engagement in such ways that you can be in Papua New Guinea or Antarctic or Alaska and participate. We also want to have the right network fit. Very large problem of a lot of accelerators and incubators. You have either too inexperienced mentors or too experienced mentors, and matching them with startups is difficult. We believe we have very unique experience building small and medium-sized technology assets. And then, of course, access to all of our academic programs and talent, good in terms of funding opportunities. Honestly, nothing special about funding opportunities here. Much more important is that you get to meet the right VCs. That is very easy if you are in Silicon Valley. It is also not so hard if you are in London. It gets actually significantly harder if you go to Berlin, no matter how much proud Germany is of Berlin being a great technology ecosystem. And then when you come to Bremen, it's even much harder. And of course, because we meta hybrid, we can bring global reach through Bremen to everywhere. And then again, we want to have a very large scale of startups. A lot of the startups which you meet in this type of events is not really a source of future multi-billion-dollar assets, but it's a source of people or source of ideas or sort of places to buy. And so we will continue to make Constructor Start sufficiently more pragmatically differentiated for companies getting from $0 to $10 million in revenue. And so with that, I switch to another part of my presentation. So that's actually outdated part because, I think Alan was in that. World is changing very fast. Just 2 months ago, I think Alan was thinking he's God, but apparently he's not. So opportunity, vision, strategy, that's the most important things I've learned about startups: execution, asset value, sufficient cash, and strategic progress. That's what you need to do when you build a startup. I'll talk about this. And so that's just, Alan actually made this, left the government, but they're still doing this. And, initially when I asked my partner who helps me to make this presentation to put a picture about this 5 points email, he put this denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. But then I met some government official of the United States, and he says that at least FBI agents, they send such emails every day. So it's like 5 things I did last week: sensitive information, sensitive information, sensitive information, sensitive information. And so that's actually, it's not a joke, by the way. It is not a joke. That's what they do. That's actually emails which he's getting, or they are getting. So I want to go through this extremely fast. And so first part in any startup is to understand the opportunity. In my experience, and even presently, and I'm building small and medium-sized assets for the last 33 years. And I'm doing it with a rate of at least 80, sometimes 110 hours per week, and mostly without any holidays or weekends. And so I have reasonable amount of experience, and nevertheless, people never research the opportunity enough. And so researching the opportunity is very important, and it's very important to understand market size and dynamics, which you're specifically planning to address in 1 year, in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years. And yes, it's difficult to think what you're gonna do in 10 years, but it's useful to think. It's important to find all the competitors. There is always competitors. Many competitors are indirect. And so you will think about competitors who are allowing people to do what you allow them to do in a different way. Very rarely people will start doing something which they have never done in any way. And then, of course, it's important to find channel and partners. And you know, in my opinion, this is how it works. So people typically do little bit on this, like maybe 1 to 10%. And I today, for my startups, do maybe 30% or 50% of what is needed on this. And then on competition, that's even less. And then about partners, people don't even think about partners. And thinking about partners is important because if you scale, you will need partners to scale. You won't be able to serve every customer yourself. Okay, next thing which is important is vision. Vision is very difficult to, again, explain. And there is not really direct correlation of being able to explain the vision and being able to deliver it. So don't confuse it. So for example, this guy's Magic Leap had a very good explanation of the vision, but they never delivered anything working. But nevertheless, vision is mission. What you're planning to do in Constructor, our mission is to make every scientist, teacher, and student more efficient and more effective with the use of computers. And so it's relatively straightforward. Google mission, organize the world information, make it universally accessible and useful. It's very important. And unfortunately, this mission is sort of going to kill Google, right? Because no longer people care about information, people care about knowledge. And knowledge is sufficiently different from information to make Google be in extremely difficult position with OpenAI. And so you need to understand what is your actual mission. And the mission it's for me, I was born in Soviet Union, and in Soviet Union, we were born with, this various posters everywhere, like Communist Party is your captain and follow the Communist Party decide everything correctly. And so in a way, we believe that mission is always bullshit, because everything we've heard as a mission was actually bullshit. And there was always this double culture where you would see something outside in the work and in school, you go home and you sort of discuss it as bullshit, but outside you don't discuss it as bullshit. But it's, in a way, I've learned hard way that having mission is important. And then values and tenets, very important. I observe it with the companies which we build and sell. We are an expert in building medium-sized assets. We recently closed the transaction with Acronis at about $4 billion market cap. And probably Acronis is worth right now $6 or $7 billion actually. And people think it's a great success, but in reality, it is at best medium-sized asset. Maybe it's already even a small asset in technology space. And so we almost always sell the companies, and we see how culture, which is, if it's expressed, actually is influencing the companies, and how in the companies which have different leadership and with unclear culture, people just don't do things in the right way. And this guy have been recently quite vocal about the fact that Google is losing its culture. There's lots of lectures of him. Some of them are actually deleted under pressure, I suppose, from Google, where he talks about the fact that Google lost innovative culture. And so culture can be expressed. So, in our case, we have 15 tenets of the culture which we try to have in our companies. It's a lot of tenets, choose between 5 and 15, but not less than 5, not more than 15. And then you have to be very clear in describing end goal. Number one company in quantum computing, we were investors. IonQ at the moment is initially had reasonably simple and simplistic architecture, but it was very clear on describing its vision, and it's still most valuable quantum computing company in the world. And it might as well be staying in a good position. Now it acquired 2+1 companies, and it has still a very good way forward because it has high capitalization and it had very clear mission. And then the next thing is to have a strategy. So what I've learned is that people don't understand the word strategy. I've really not understood it up until 2 years ago. I keep talking to people about strategy. And, of course, there are books about game theory, and there are books about strategies, and there are mathematical strategies. But, it's important that if you want to win in any game with defined rules, and the rules are defined here. This is the rules. This is your game. And this is what is your prize look like, right? So you want to get here, following these rules and following this mission in this sort of game context, you need to have a strategy. And so the strategy is always about what is unique about what you do in a different way from competition, in such ways that it's beneficial and it's sustainable. And, there is so many obvious examples that you cannot actually follow others to be great. At some point, you need to be doing something in unique and different way. And the difference doesn't need to be so dramatic, but, it needs to be present. And then what is your unique capabilities? Everybody have unique capabilities. And in a way, when you're playing a game, and when we're doing a business, we're playing a game, we're playing against other people, and they have their own unique capabilities. And if you don't leverage your unique capabilities, you will not be able to win, because people who win, they will be leveraging all of their unique capabilities. And some capabilities which you need for certain differentiation may not be present. You may try to develop them. You may try to buy them, you may try to hire them, you may try to learn them, but if you can't, then you might as well change your strategy. And then also it's about focus, not doing things which you don't need to do. Focus is very often misunderstood. So the way people think about focus on the presentations, they will tell you to not have so many letters. They will say just have one picture like this, right? So that's the classic presentation. And maybe one sort of something written across the slide, but in my opinion, it's all about decreasing number of things. In a random fashion, you have this sort of multi-dimensional set of what you need to do as an entrepreneur, and usually there are tens of thousands of things to do, and the focus is just how to decrease the set of things to do by 10 or by 100 or by 1,000, but it's not to one, but it's rather to maybe 100 or 1,000 things. And, talking about focus, focus is quite often related to mission. So one of the greatest and least exciting sort of sounding missions is by Apple to bring the best user experience to its customers through innovative hardware, software, and services. So it's very straightforward. It's very clear what Apple does. Nobody can disagree that that's what they do, and they do it extremely well. And it's a very simple mission. But to do it, you need to do 1,000 things, but, And then finally, if you have an opportunity and you have a vision and you have a strategy, you must execute. Execution is required. It's not sufficient. So sufficient is strategy and execution, and vision, strategy, execution. This is sufficient, but execution is mandatory. You will not be able to succeed without execution. The only one way to succeed without execution is sort of have such a great strategy that you can somehow get to the point that you hire somebody who will execute for you. I haven't seen this working very well, honestly, for entrepreneurs. And so it's a bet to bet on somebody else executing for you. But, again, we don't have a lot of time. And so I'm just repeating that first, the most important thing is leadership, management, executive expertise, and effort. And I have my own functor from a category of startups to the category of, as you see, I study category series. Functor is a term from category series. So if you functor from category of startup to categories of movies, in every startup, you have to have a producer who manages change. In a startup, you need to constantly change. Change is very unpleasant. You have to always change things. You have to always be ready to change them. And the only thing which is really better about startup versus a large company is that in startup you can change more often. And then you need to have a script writer who writes a strategy and vision. And so that typically is done by entrepreneur, if you're lucky. And then you need to have somebody who will manage people and resources, like a director in the movie. And then you need to have an operator. Operator manages processes and numbers. Actually, every business at the end of the day is nothing but an Excel table. What you sell at the end of the day, when you get to the size of, at least $1 billion market cap, you sell basically an Excel with a variety of different KPIs. And then, of course, you need to have actors. And so actors by themselves don't make great movies. All the actors, like Nicolas Cage, for example, he was a great actor in the good movies, hence producer, scriptwriter, director, operator. But most recent movies with Nicolas Cage are quite awful, so being a great actor is not sufficient. And sometimes you are lucky and you get one guy doing this, but often you have to put it together as a producer. And then there is a lot of basic things, which is how people fail. Lawyers, most common way to fail. And then IT now is a knowledge technology. Now it's going to be another way to fail. Ability to go anywhere you want in most flexible way. Offices, HR, taxes, banks. And if you think about the strategy of having a very good execution, in my opinion, the best company in technology space for the past 40 years has been Microsoft. So Microsoft is an amazing company. I actually met all of the three gentlemen. Paul Moritz was my chairman of the board in Acronis and a reasonably close friend. And in 1998, there was a book written by Harvard professors, I believe, which is Microsoft Secrets. It explains how Microsoft built this execution machine. And execution machine by itself could be a good strategy. And then, of course, nothing replaces the hard work. Startups are very, very annoying to the extent that you will always need to change. And the change is always unpleasant. And then, rather it is either unpleasant by itself or it happens because something unpleasant caused it. And then the other thing which is unpleasant, then you need to work very hard. It's almost impossible to do enough activity without working very hard. Some people can do this. You can be working in a very good way, but if you play a competitive game, somebody who works hard will definitely win against you. And so not working hard is never good. And so don't believe that you can sort of enjoy life outside of enjoying building your startup. And then, of course, you need to do planning of all these things. And planning itself is very, very useful. None of the startups want to do proper planning. Plans are very useless at the end. They all change. Only later, when you get to multi-100 million or multi-$10 million in revenue with several hundred, several thousand employees, plans will stay reasonably static. But otherwise they change. But planning process creates consensus around your team and with your investors and with your board. And so that's how we do planning. We can talk about this with any of you. Any of the guys who will get actually to win, I will be happy to go into details about all of this. But it's not that complicated, and good planning can be dramatically much more efficient. So, for example, this is the two guys competing on going into South Pole. And so this guy had 20 men, 8 men went to South Pole, 5 on the final attempt, all survived. And this guy has 70 men, and all of them died. 16 men went to South Pole, all of them died. These guys didn't do good planning. They had much more money, 10 times more money, and several times more men, much bigger ship, and they failed, and these guys completely succeeded. So good planning works. At the end of the day, each business is actually an Excel table, and there are certain KPIs which are used by investors. When we started, these KPIs were not so well described, but today you can ask ChatGPT about each of those KPIs, and this is a limited list. customer acquisition cost, lifetime value, annualized annualized contract value, net retention, churn, gross margin, total addressable market, market share, magic number. And you can always make a plan around these numbers. In the future, once you get to do more business, you will adjust different conversion ratios and you will understand the numbers and you will choose the right numbers. But having some of the numbers is important. And then, of course, it's important to have a roadmap. At the end of the day, whenever you raise money, whenever you pitch, whenever you go to next stage, it's always a project. It's how to get from point A to point B. And to get from point A to point B, it's better that you have intermediate milestones and you know how to get there and what is a deliverable on each milestone. Allows you to reconcile with the previous part. It's relatively trivial what is written here, but you know, as it happens, most of the things which are trivial, you only realize by the time you're 75 years old. And you know, at that time, you think like, how do I explain it to my grandchildren? And then you think, okay, maybe there is no way to explain to grandchildren. And so then, after you have it, for every startup, this is the formula we use. You need to focus on several things. First of them is asset value. And so what is asset value? Asset value is based on funding. More often than not, you have all the startups which are announcing very proudly, we raised a lot of money. This woman, who is in jail right now, she was very successful raising money. $9 billion market cap for Tyrannos in 2015, 10 years ago. So think about like maybe today it will be, I don't know, whatever, $20 billion and then jail. And so there is this three things to think about when you want to increase asset value. Ultimately, every business is just about increasing asset value. Business is always about increasing asset value, following your vision and you know, using your strategy, doing execution, but at the end of the day, it's all about increasing asset value. And one way is to think about asset value through ability to raise capital. If you raise capital at high value, your value effectively becomes this, you know, proclaimed last round value. Of course, there's a lot of details there because there's a lot of conditions in all these investments. But you know, look at Perplexity, right? So it's you know, January 24, 0.5 billion. And upcoming round right now is 18 billion. And so sounds like 1.5 years to 18 billion. And then the next way, which is more conventional, is to have a multiple based on financial KPIs. And so to actually get revenue, to actually get cash flow, and to be valued on the projected trajectory of your cash flow and revenue. And of course, this is the most healthy way. And you know, unfortunately, we are not very good as actors in our realm. And so we are much more going towards this method. And you know, frankly speaking, when you're doing something sufficiently different, don't be surprised. It's very difficult to explain to investors. And so more likely than not, you will have to get to a revenue. And in some cases, you can replace revenue with usage without revenue. So you have users, you know, like Slack, for example, without revenue, and that is convertible to future revenue. And so you can get money based on this. Based on this usage and funding, but best is revenue. Next thing you need to worry about as a startup is to have enough cash. So startups don't die for any other reason but when they run out of cash. And you know, frankly speaking, even when they run out of cash, they don't die immediately. And so that's quite important. And so you can raise money in a variety of ways: convertible notes, friends and family, equity investment, venture debt, strategic investments. The fact of the matter is that you don't need to eat for 382 days and you can survive. And naturally, I think every normal person will survive without eating for a month or you know, even longer. So here is 3 weeks for no food, but only 3-6 minutes without water and 3-4 days, 3-6 minutes without air, 3-4 days without water, and 10 to 11 days without sleep. So you do need to sleep, unfortunately. That's very annoying part of living. It's never made any sense to me if you think about it. Why do you need to sleep? I mean, think about how stupid is that function of humans. Machines don't need to sleep. I mean, for humans, somehow need to sleep. It's very annoying. But nevertheless, the next thing is you can manage your operation capital very efficiently. And so one of the best ways to get money is to get it as a prepayment from your partners and customers. Effectively, if you can sell your product or your vision of the product to your customer or partner, you can get money in advance, and you can get them to prepay, and that could fund your business. And one of the most successful competitors or indirect competitors of Acronis is still cash flow negative, and is still EBITDA negative, but cash flow positive because it sells 3-5-year contracts to its customers. And so it's important to manage your operation capital, to be very efficient about your cash flow. And then, of course, it's even better if you can make your costs less. In this part of the world, we don't have excessive capital. And so we always try to keep the costs to a reasonable level. If you move towards the West, up until a certain point, somewhere in Silicon Valley, it's maximum, people don't think about efficiency quite as much. But after Silicon Valley, it drops down very quickly, and so you end up thinking about efficiency again. It's important to not think just about efficiency, but also to think about effectiveness. And it's not actually the cost, but it's the output of the cost which makes a difference. And then you need to show strategic progress. It's actually the last thing you need to do is, beside the fact that you need to write asset value at any point and enough cash to continue to raise asset value, you need to show that you are actually going towards your mission and towards your end goal. It's not always that you go direct, but and it's not always the trends are directly in your favor, but you can always move towards the right direction. And so what is it? So first of all is a vision progress. So if you have a mission, you should be able to explain how you're moving towards your mission. And up until a certain point, people believe it. So like, for example, with Snowflake, for a while, they were pitching themselves as a marketplace for knowledge and information. And that actually didn't work out. So they end up being actually, at the end of the day, a tool. And so the valuation was less. But for a while, they've shown a progress towards being a place where you can put your data and then you can combine it with other people's data and with public sources of data and do some prediction for your business. And so then product progress, very important. So you need to explain the product is not a program and it's not a technology. And if you can show the progress of your product towards the end goal, that is what investors want to hear. And then, of course, the progress of technology. Most of the time, technology is not very valuable. In some segments, deeply technological technology is very important, like ASML, which is unknown, super great company, making almost all of the semiconductor industry possible. It's all about technology. It's a company which is built based on lots of different small technologies. Again, don't confuse technology with science. And so with that, a few small points before I finish. One of them is efficiency. Efficiency is something which is, believe me, I've built multiple companies, like a couple dozen, unfortunately, and all of them medium-sized. The largest is Acronis, and it's every time you do it, next time you always don't think enough about efficiency, and you always spend money in inefficient way. And when you look back, you realize that nothing happened good, that you actually made those compromises. You just wasted money. And so, first of all, in our business, most of what we do is we build software. And so it's always about effective hours of engineers. And there is all this legends about 10x engineers. The reality is that most of engineers are approximately the same in value. There is some variation, but this variation is highly dependent on the person context and on the company context and on the time. And so, motivated people are much more efficient, but again, the difference is not ultra dramatic. And then it's important that most of the costs we pay are all paid not per hour, but per year. So when we hire people, we don't actually pay per hour. And we, more importantly, don't pay per hour they actually use their brain to do something useful, but we pay for hours they are, you know, whatever, present at work or present next to their computer, or we don't even know what. And so there are places where the years of the people are much cheaper. Like, for example, Jakarta, we can spend less than 25,000 for a qualified software engineer, and in New York it will be 10 times more. And there is a common legend that, okay, but in Jakarta engineers are not very good, right? So in New York they're very clever because they're in New York. So if you take a person and move him from Jakarta to New York, somewhere in the plane he will become very clever. And when he lands in New York, as a very clever person, he will get $250,000 job. In reality, it is true. There are certain people which are leaving Jakarta because they can find $250,000 jobs. But you can also find people who are not leaving Jakarta and they are equally good. And then even more important, highly underestimated, there is a working culture is very different. So you can have double number of hours in Mumbai for the person versus the person you hire in Italy. And I don't mean it as something offensive toward Italian or towards Indian, you know, whichever way you like. But the point is, as a startup owner or as an investor, you buy hours, productive hours. And this productive hours is what actually makes a difference, because what people do, they do during productive hours. And then another thing which is important, people think about what is product. And so the product is quite often confused with technology, right? So technology is not a product. Technology is something which can be part of the device. And then even more often people confuse the product with a device. So you have certain device, certain program, nobody's using it, but they can show it how it works. The product is really paid or free, real life usage of the product and not in a trial mode. And so this is sort of very different variant. So Nginx was a product for a very long time, used for almost all of the web serving in the world, and it was early investment of the fund I was previously part of, and it had zero revenue, and it had zero customers, but it was a product. And of course, Red Hat is a famous company which is now probably about $7–8 billion in revenue, and it was having a free usage first, and so it had a product. And of course, another one is LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn today, if I'm not mistaken, $26 billion in revenue. It's a horrible program, right? So the program is horrible. I hate LinkedIn. I mean, it's like, if you think about, like, if you want to learn how to build good user experience, it's very important to look at LinkedIn, because that's exactly how you don't, right? So like, if you want to, like, don't do it this way, and that is exactly what you see in LinkedIn. And I always hated LinkedIn, but it's a great product. It's a horrible program, but it's a great product. It's a horrible user experience, but it's a great product. Who is not using LinkedIn here? Okay, you see, you have one guy, right? Okay, two guys. Sergey, that's not good. You have to start using LinkedIn. This is not, I mean, okay, that's just, and so, you know, what is usage? First, of course, it could be customers. If customers are paying and using, that's a good thing. And so if you have few customers which are really paying and using, many companies grew out of being used, like Shopify, by a single player, by a single customer, and then more customers, then users, and you know, scenarios. And in some ways, the product is, if you have a lot of scenarios as a percentage of your final end goal vision scenarios, used by a lot of hours by users which need to be using these scenarios, and it's even better if these users are grouped into customers and they pay. And so that is just a reminder. You know, it's sort of a very simple game to win. In, you know, amazing thing is that there are games where it's very hard to be successful. So like recently, I was just thinking that if you qualify people who do who participate in startup ecosystem, you can sort of divide them into 5 categories. One category is viewers, visitors, guests, observers, right? So most of the people are observers, so enjoy it. Then you have, you know, gamblers. So a lot of people are gamblers. There is a certain percentage of people who like to gamble. And so they don't really care, the gamblers, if they play or win. They care to set a bet. And when they set a bet, they feel good. And then if it doesn't work, they set another bet, another bet, another bet. Every time they set a bet, it's good. And you know, the fact that there is no outcome, it doesn't really matter, because they don't get to get a dopamine release in their brain at the time when they actually win. And then you have the next category, which is players. And so a lot of people are players, so they like to play. So they like to play, they become professional in playing, they have all the equipment, they know all the words, you know, first round, second round, stage round. You know, just recently I learned another category. For example, apparently you have startup and scale up. So just 2 days ago, I didn't know that there are scale ups, but apparently there is a new word, scale up. And so they are very equipped, but they actually almost never win. And then you have 2 important categories, cheaters and winners, right? So cheaters win because they enjoy sort of screwing with you, and they're usually quite good at it, and so eventually they win. Sometimes they get caught and go to jail, like this Tyrannos lady, but for a while she looked like a winner. And then the people who are winning. And so to win the game, you do need to understand the opportunity, you do need to have a very clear vision, and you do need to have a strategy, and you do need to execute, and then you need to plan, and you do it multiple iteration until it gets better. And so how can we be useful in that? Constructor Knowledge, we can always help you with research, with talent, with programs. We are moving into the world where the up-to-date knowledge becomes almost mandatory to be successful, because things are changing very quickly. And so we are going to continue to evolve this place. Today we have 2,000 students here. We intend to have 5,000 to 10,000 students on campus and 50,000 to 100,000 students online. And that's a reasonable source of talent. We are a poor private university, and so for us to be successful, we have to stay very pragmatic. And with Constructor Capital, it's pretty clear. That's why you guys are here. We can maybe help you with some investment and some co-investment. And with Constructor Tech, we are building good application for scientists, teachers, and students. In the present business environment, you have to have definitely educated employees, and so many of our products are useful, and many of our products are useful to do research. Take a look at what we do now and what we'll do in the future. At the moment, we're very small, we're just 300 people, but usually we grow reasonably rapidly and make good products. You never know when you start, because it's always differentiated, so different. You know, another thing which I advise people in my startups is to develop, you know, I started doing this before we realized how actually brain works. But in fact, the brain is a complicated device and has many functions, but part of the function of the brain is a knowledge model, is a language model which we build in our brain. And we speak the same language, English, in technology, and that's a language of science and technology, at least today. Used to be different. 100 years ago, it was German. And so it could change. But at the moment, it's English, and we speak the same language, but we speak in a very different vector models. Each of your employees, when you talk to them about your mission, about your vision, about your plan, about your strategy, about your execution, you use the words which are in your head, in one way, in their head, in the different way. And so what I try to do personally in the startups I'm involved in, personally, is I try to force every employee to read certain set of books. The set of these books is not because these books are very special. It's the fact that these books are the same, and so all of the people in the team will have the same vector space about certain subject. And so they will have the same knowledge model, and when you communicate, you will be able to communicate in much more effective way. Because at the end of the day, if you think about chess, every step in chess is actually just moving the figure on the chessboard. But in the business, every step is communication. And so if communications are faster, and if people actually understand what you're trying to tell them, you will become much more efficient and much more effective. And so, again, opportunity, vision, cash, funding, planning, and execution. Welcome to Constructor Start. Welcome to Bremen. Hopefully, we will have every time better and better Constructor Start in the future. And hopefully, the present participants in 1 year will, at least one of them will have $1 billion in market cap. You guys are laughing, but it's a new world right now. So in the past, when we started getting to $100 million market cap, over a period of 10 years was a good result. Then it became a good result to get to $1 billion market cap in 10 years. And now it is different. With knowledge technology, you need to get to $1 billion market cap in 1 year. So who of the startups will get to $1 billion market cap in 1 year? In 1 year, in 12 months. So next year, in June, you will have $1 billion market cap. A lot of the AI companies, they got into that, category now. And so, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Bell. So moving right along, please join me in welcoming to the stage our first government representative from Bremen, the State Councilor for Economic Affairs, Maike Frese. Madam Councilor. Yeah.
Does it? Yes, it works. Thank you. So, dear Mr. Serge Bell, that was really impressive. Thank you for your speech. I learned a lot, but yet I'm not able to be an entrepreneur. Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I strongly appreciate to address some opening remarks on behalf of the Ministry of Economic Affairs of Bremen, and congratulations on this event. It's full and I think very, very high level. I looked at some of the presentations of the 15 startups competing today, and most of them still are in the pre-seed stage. Some of them are already well known. I read of them in the media. A lot of them dealing with AI, and all of them highly innovative. They find answers to identified medical, social, environmental, or economic challenges, and that's what competitiveness economies need, as innovation and technologies are the driving forces of economic growth. In the past, there have been already exciting spins-off from the Constructor University or the former Jacobs University, such as Cyanotech or Waste End. Bremen, let's become local for a while. Bremen offers a lot of instruments to support startups, such as consulting, funding, financing as well, or network events. Not like this probably, but others. Especially the office of the Starthaus as one-stop shop service will probably be addressed by my following speaker, Petra Oetken. I read Constructor is part of Bridge and also an important partner of the planned Startup Factory, a cooperation between Bremen and Oldenburg. And if the implementation of the Startup Factory will succeed, this gives us the opportunity to intensify the collaboration within the local ecosystem for startups. Many students of the Constructor University stand out for having a pronounced entrepreneurial mindset, and these Start demo days today are a testimonial of the strong engagement of the students here, because they are part of the organization. So, everything great. Next speaker. Let me mention some critical or self-critical reflection about the cooperation of the ecosystem in Bremen and the Constructor University. In comparison to the public universities of Bremen, the Constructor University is not as strongly integrated in our local Bremen ecosystem. The perspective of the Constructor University is international. We heard it, we see it, and that's wonderful, but for our local ecosystem could be an obstacle. Many of the students speak brilliant English, but some of them very little German. Therefore, many of the networking offers we provide here in Bremen probably are not as attractive for those students to attend. But I think we should work on it. Please don't hesitate, even if the working language of the event is German. The audience is becoming, even in the local area, more and more international, and we are also able to listen and to speak in English, and is also possible to do a pitch in English, even we don't have a translation. So I think we should try to cooperate better than we did it before, and we should try to take this momentum of today, the internationality of the Constructor University and the experience of Serge Bell especially, to enrich our common ecosystem for supporting startups. And we have different sites and views on ecosystems, and together we could be more strong and more efficient. That would be my wish. And my last remark, our common goal should of course be to encourage as many as talents to stay in Bremen when they come from the constructor or within our own ecosystem, and we should offer them as much support as we are able to. So I hope we can work on this vision. We heard a lot of visions from Serge Bell, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Councillor. Now, to share some remarks, is joining us now the head of Starthaus Bremen, Petra Oetken. Petra.
Dear Serge Bell, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear startups and students, it's a great pleasure being here today at the Constructor Startup Accelerator Demo Day, or Constructor Demo Day, maybe better. As we heard, Accelerator is not the wished word for today. It is very nice to see so many international students and startups being here today, finding their way into the market and to commercialization, but also finding the way to Bremen. And you might didn't know before where Bremen is or for what Bremen is known for. So here just a quick overview. We have some different inventions and industries, as for example, the automotive industry. Here was found the automatic gearbox invented by Borgward many, many years before. We are well known for aerospace, starting with the first wooden planes by Focke-Wulf, becoming later EADS and then Airbus. We have OHB constructing satellites, parts of ISS, as well as closed systems for life support on Mars and Moon. Maybe it is our future. Not to forget the food and beverage industry here in Bremen, you know, the coffee, the tea, the beer, Beck's beer perhaps, but also logistics as we have a harbor here. Some of these examples are already some days older, but the industries are still quite relevant to Bremen. To keep it that way, it always needs innovation, ongoing innovation, and also diversifying and broaden the industries by multitude companies here in Bremen. We have seen that in the new space sector, which was really disrupting the space nowadays. So supporting these industries and also making them more diverse, innovative and broaden, as we said, is part of supporting startups, which can be a solution, make it more diverse. And this is also the task of the Bremen's economy or supporting structures. So my name is Petra Oetken. As I said, I am the head of Starthaus Bremen, Bremenhaven, and we are a public startup support entity on behalf of the Senator of Bremen's the Bremen Senator for Economic Affairs. My team and I are claiming being close to the market here in Bremen especially, and to the startups to understand their needs and to comply them efficiently. Therefore, we also try new formats, contents, develop our offers in an iterative manner, as startups do. And not only we are doing that, but the whole ecosystem here in Bremen. We have different qualifying programs with experts, we have grants, we have equity and loan funding possibilities, consulting and network events. Also in English, also for international students and startups, so please feel welcome every time. For example, we offer kind of a pre-seed program that's called Innovation Cycle, where you learn how to develop your business model and validate it in the market and to receive all the tips and tricks from experts. We support especially female startups because you might know we have a lack in Germany of them, and as you also probably know, more diverse teams are successfuler when it comes to startup, being a successful startup. We make the startup investment ready, and that is also kind of a point for today, as you will try to receive some of the fundings. But also having a mentor, some experts on your side, having trainings to several aspects, as we said, legal matters, IP, product strategy, whatever is most of interest. But however, as we learned from Mr. Bell, it is very important to have money, to have liquidity, and to fund your research. And therefore, we have in Bremen a grant program which can give 150,000 euros up to 20 for the month. So you can really find with this money or can finance the last research and come to the market. But also venture capital is one of our tasks we like to give in a direct way with a team of us. So we spend like 200K, but also up to $1 million, depends on the business model, but also indirect by a VC fund, which is called Capnemic, by a smaller fund, has a regional focus here in Bremen. And there we also finance these kind of funds together with other corporates here in Bremen who are really much interested to have a livid startup scene over here. As I said in the beginning, we have really interesting industries here in Bremen, and so far also programs in the food and beverage sector with the Foodland, but also we are working together with the European Space Agency in the ESA big, which is an incubation program. Also to find a stake into the new space, so we have a startup developing satellites, European satellites, to be more independent from other countries like US, China, and so on. So that is the point in making the structure more diverse and more innovative. As you can see, the region of Bremen is really much interested in you, in your ideas, and is eager to support you together with this Constructor University. We'll be happy if we can give you a home here in Bremen, and as we did, for example, as you already said, with Seniotech and Wasteland, which are quite successful startups here from the Constructor University. So we are really happy to have you here. As you're on the last 15 startups of more than 250 pitch decks, you are already all a winner. So I wish you all good luck and good talks for today with experts and supporters, and as well much success bringing your vision to life. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hüttgen. All right, joining us now for some insights on Constructor Capital is Managing Director Matthias Winter.
Thank you.
Yes. I don't think you need that.
Okay. I thought I had some slides, but then I'll do it without slides. So first of all, welcome on behalf of Constructor Capital. Constructor Capital is one of the sponsors of this event. We are a VC fund, early stage VC fund, 150 million that we want to invest in Fund 1, and then we will go into Fund 2, 3. And we will invest in 3 different verticals or sectors that we're interested in. So number 1 is deep tech. Deep tech is, Serge talked about it, is fundamentally new technologies that could drive technological changes in the world that we haven't seen. You know, space is one example in Bremen. You talked about that. We're investing a lot in the future of compute, for example. So we had an investor day this morning. Some of our portfolio companies and also investors. There's a company called Lumai that we invested in. They do optical compute. We have a few investments also in the quantum space, quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum sensing. So these are the kind of things that we're excited about, and we feel that we make a difference there as a fund because we have a really deep expertise. Second, we do software tech. You heard a lot today. Probably most companies that we have today are in the software space, and we do investments there. We tend to do a bit more B2B software, but it's not in general like that. We also look at other software companies. And we have in the group obviously created 5 unicorn companies. Serge talked about Acronis, and we hope that some of the software companies that pitch today will become also a unicorn. And then thirdly, we are doing some investment in the education tech, which basically closes the cycle of the Constructor Group, where you have technology, where you have the university, and where you have the fund. And we're obviously interested to find early stage education tech companies. So these are the 3 areas. The whole team is here today. Wanted to say one word about last year's winner. I actually had a slide, but do without. Basically, last year we had a company called Ludenso, which was a winner. They did augmented reality for software, for textbooks. Basically, you could augment textbooks and make them more interesting, interactive. And I think they're growing very fast. They might be a unicorn company in some years. And we felt very excited. They had the right criteria. And we hope that we will find 1 or 2 of these companies this year as well. That's the 100,000 that we spent last year. And then finally, we were obviously very happy to be involved in the program so far, in the selection, in coaching, and we will be later on in the jury and help do the selection. But all of that, thank you all, and good luck to the startup.
Thank you, Matthias. Let me click right along. And then we'll hear from Managing Director and Chief of President and Administration at Constructor University, Sergej Kuzmin.
All right. Dear distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, but most importantly, competing team members, it's my pleasure to welcome you at Constructor University for this event, and thank you bringing this vibrant, innovative atmosphere to Constructor University. Constructor University is working hard to advance science and to reshape business through educating new generation of professionals. But real magic always happens when the research and business come together. So it is at this intersection, when you manage to convert research into the business application, that's where you make a real progress for the whole humanity. And here at Constructor, we actually have enough people in our ecosystem who knows firsthand what it takes to take idea from the lab and make some product out of it. And there are few correct ways, as the search said, and there are very many wrong ways. So we are passionate to teach you about that. And in order to do that, in next fall, we are making a new MBA program which feature not one, but 3 accelerator models, which means that people who come through the program and graduate, they will have a real experience understanding how roadmap work and understanding what mistake, like not enough cash. By the way, there is a statistic, 80% startup fail because they underestimate how much cash they need. So it's absolutely correct, you really need to watch cash. So special thanks for continuous support of City of Bremen. We still believe that if you do it right, to in cooperation with the city and region industry, we should be able to attract more bright people in the region. But more importantly, what we're trying to do today is to see if we can convert and convince them to stay here. So, and finally, to all the competing teams, we admire your creativity, your courage, your commitment, and no matter what happens today, you need to understand you already won. And after today, you learn a lot more and actually get wealth of experience. Therefore, let's keep building the bridges from research to the business. That's how we construct our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. All right, for our final speech, before we get to the pitches, please welcome to the stage the Director of Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center at Constructor, Dmitry Kurin. Dmitry. Mic check.
Hi, hi. Moin, colleagues. I'm very glad to see you today. And yeah, it's me. We're too late, I guess, but yeah, I will give you some overview about our program and let's start. Our goal, which Serge mentioned, let's cover the gap between scientists and venture capitalists. We'd like to connect early stage startups with venture capital investors here on the demo day and support them and help to provide their solution to the next level using the frameworks of educational programs, mentorship sessions, and so on. The program highlights of the acceleration program also was during the 8 weeks, it was only online and with self-pacing services using the LMS of Constructor University and with mentorship sessions one-on-one during each week, during each team. It's an equity-free program. And also, we'd like to invest to the best companies who will win today over the demo day. I guess it will be 3 companies. During the application process, it was very interesting. So we got a huge number of applications. It was more than 350. But of course, not all of them was like startups. Some of them was ideas, and some of CVs I've got too. If you need some CV, I have a data set, yeah. And of course, we covered almost all countries all over the world and selected only 32 companies for the acceleration program. And yeah, you can see the map. It's huge. And yeah, as I mentioned, we collected this program really impactful for the startups, really useful, not like educational information, but very useful from my previous experience, from our mentors' previous experience. It's very useful for each company, how they can growing up to the next level. So yeah, it's our team of heroes. I have a small team, but yeah, we are heroes today, and I'd like to say thank you for all colleagues from the Constructor Group who helped us during the preparation for the demo day, during the mentorship sessions. You can see some faces here. It's not all of us, but of course some of our mentors today is here, and thank you for your participation. In terms of some results, we plan to have several companies who are ready for investing, for the startups who are ready for sharing them with knowledge, with network sessions, and of course we collect several content and like to provide it for our current students, for our future students. It's interesting database, not only CV, which I mentioned, but also the database of content we have. And we have a huge high level of NPS during the program. It's also great results. And of course, 15 startups will be on the pitch right now, and let's rock. Thank you.
Unmute myself. All right. Thank you very much. We have made it almost to the first round of pitches. I would like at this time to invite the jury to come up and join us in the front. If you see your name and or face up here, we would like to see you. So we have our 7 members of the jury. I see 5 people coming up. Please take your seats. All right. And I believe SB is tied up at the moment, is that correct? Yes. He will be here in 2 minutes. All right. But what I can definitely remind you to do right now is to please join this WhatsApp group if you have not, so you can take part in the audience voting. Very important. Again, this is separate from the jury voting. The winner of the audience vote will get an additional prize in addition to the 100K and or up to 1 million in funding, and they'll get this prize from Constructor Start, so it is very important that you vote and join the group. So, quick programming update. There is Dr. Bell, he's joining us. So yeah, just a real quick overview. Let's welcome our panelists on the jury. We have Vihat Sukinya from Learn Capital. We have Sasha Galitsky from Almaz Capital. Tatiana Merlich, who's an angel investor, if I'm not mistaken. Johan Destruka from Photon Ventures. Yalmer de Jong from RTP, and Nasi from IST Capital. Welcome and thank you. All right. All right, startup pitches, part 1. Our first presenter is presenting an AI-powered robotic glove that aids stroke and paralysis patients in recovering hand movement from home. Please welcome to the stage, Zain Samdani. Do you need the clicker? And there's a mic.
What's the most important tool you use every day? Is it your phone? Your laptop? Now, imagine using them without your hands. 8 years ago, I met my uncle for the first time. He had suffered a stroke that left his hand paralyzed. He lost his independence. Unable to provide for his family, he lost his dignity. Unable to hold his loved ones, he lost hope. When he went for therapy, there were over 50 patients waiting for just 3 therapists. His turn came 4 weeks later. And even after that, he couldn't regain hand function. The current system is inefficient, overcrowded, and inaccessible. Globally, over 120 million people suffer from hand disabilities due to strokes, spinal cord injuries, and accidents. And with over 12 million strokes happening each year, this problem just keeps growing. To tackle this, we built ExoHeal, an AI-powered robotic glove that helps paralyzed patients recover faster in an affordable manner and at home. Let me show you how this works with one of our exercises, mirror therapy. When the patient moves their good hand, our glove assists their paralyzed hand to mirror the same motion. In this instance, the mirror neuron is activated and it helps to revive their paralyzed hand over time. Our device will use AI to monitor and adjust each patient's exercise in real time. This helps them put in the right amount of effort and recover faster. All the while, doctors can remotely monitor and guide various patients through their recovery. In our pilot, over 100 patients regained 85% of their finger strength in just 3 months. That's half the time existing solutions take. Doctors reaffirm that patients can recover faster with ExoHeal. My uncle and other patients felt sensations in their paralyzed hand on the very first day, weeks or months faster than they would have with traditional therapy. We'll be ISO 13485 certified by this month and are on track to achieve the CE check mark by this October, with planned expansion to UK and US markets in the future. For our business model, we operate on a B2B subscription model, providing our devices to hospitals and insurance providers for 3,000 euros upfront and 500 euros monthly for AI-driven services. For instance, let's assume that hospital A requires 10 devices. This generates 9,000 euros per device of revenue in the first year and 60,000 euros for all 10 devices in annual recurring revenue. So far with this model, we've acquired 7 letters of intent for 330 devices from our partners. We are first starting off in the hand rehabilitation space, hoping to acquire 200 million euros from this before expanding into the 31 billion euro full body rehabilitation space. Now, while leg exoskeletons have been in the market for decades, hand exoskeletons remain expensive and inaccessible. ExoHeal changes that by providing motorized assistance, remote therapy, and adaptability. Using ExoHeal, patients have the lowest cost to recovery, hospitals have the most number of patients treated, along with having the highest return on investment. Our technology has been globally recognized, all the way from the government of Dubai to the offices of Google. By 2029, we aim to impact over 100,000 patients and help them regain their independence. We are on track to conduct our second batch of clinical trials by early next year and start delivering to our partners soon after, with planned expansion to UK and US markets down the line. This has all been made possible through our team's expertise in robotics, engineering, business development, neuroscience, and physiotherapy. We are supported by an exceptional group of advisors and incredible mentors. And based on our LOIs, we estimate to generate 15 million euros in annual recurring revenue by 2029. However, though, we believe that we can become a market leader and start generating 68 million euros in annual recurring revenue in that same time period. In order to do so, we are raising 1.2 million euros, which will help us fast-track our regulatory approvals in all of our markets, complete our clinical trials, and start delivering to our first customers, all the while having a robust sales team. So, together, let's help the paralyzed heal with ExoHeal. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Zain. Do we have any questions? Anybody in the jury for Zain? Yes, you have the microphone right in front of you, please.
Is it on?
It is.
Okay, great. Cool, this works. Thank you so much, and that was a very well-composed pitch. And also congratulations on everything you've achieved so far. I can tell it's been a lot in a short amount of time. Could you just talk a little bit more about your personal background and what you feel makes you uniquely sort of qualified to lead this?
Really good question. So my name is Zan. I've been working on robotics projects since the age of 5. And I've worked with various companies back in Saudi Arabia, building bionic hands. And I decided to switch to exoskeletons back in 2015. I've been working on disability tech over the past decade. So that's what makes me good at this.
Okay. Another question?
Yeah, I have a question. So, who is your actual competition? So, who will make similar product, and who will? Why is that the best way to recover your hand with such product and not with something else?
I'm trying. Okay, so so as you can see, these are our competitors. Our competitors more or less use bulky technologies like hydraulic systems.
Why use buggy technologies? Because they're stupid, or just they do it on purpose?
They use these bulky technologies because it's easily just accessible. They can plug and play their own systems. What makes us different is that we decided to build everything from the ground up, everything from the actuation system, the rehabilitation routine, and even our motors now as well. So this gives us full control over the production process and the rehabilitation process, allowing us to keep our costs low and also deliver better experiences. Our competitors or us? Yes, so it is priced so differently primarily because of all of the hydraulic systems that they're using. These hydraulic motors are very expensive, usually ranging for thousands of euros, right? And we're deciding to circumnavigate this by building our own motors that we're able to incorporate within the hands itself. So for these, you only see some part of it, whereas there's a whole system over here that actuates the entire thing. We're able to miniaturize that and deliver this in a smaller format.
And so, like, imagine this is 10,000. 9,000? You're planning to sell at 9,000?
No. So it's going to be 3,000 euros upfront and 500 euros monthly. So it's 6,000 euros in annual recurring revenue.
How many devices can you sell, you think? Like 100,000? So how many people need this device?
So each clinic requires anywhere from 5 to 25 devices. We already have letters of intent ranging from 25 to 50 devices as well, depending on the kind of clinic it is and the size of the clinic and the clientele they offer these to.
How many such devices are in function today? Like these devices, how many of them are?
How many of these are in the market? So for these ones, these are available in variable numbers, right? Since most of these are really expensive, they are only available at high-end clinics. However, we want to cater to both mid-range clinics and high clinics at the same time. There isn't a proper number available for these for the number of these devices out there.
One second. Please use the microphone so people can hear you. Thank you.
How is your technology protected?
Yes, so we are patenting our next design. 1 second. Yes, so what you see over here is our progress from 2 years ago. How we are trying to stay ahead of the competition is rapid prototyping. As you can see, that's a design that we are protecting all across Europe, and we'll also be filing US patents for this one as well.
All right, over here.
And how long does it take to get regulatory approvals and clinical validations?
So as I mentioned earlier, we already ran our first batch of clinical trials, and we are on our pathway to achieve ISO certification by this month itself, hopefully by next week or the week after. And we're already working on EU MDR and as per our current timeline, we are going to achieve this in October of this year.
All right, we have time for one more question. Okay, Zane, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Round of applause. Can you take everything? Click ahead. All right, next up is a Gen AI model for antibody discovery, which disrupts the way pharma discovers antibodies. Bolat, it's you.
Thank you very much. Hello guys, so my name is Bolat, I'm a CEO of Arlan Biotech, and at Arlan Biotech we are working on Gen AI for antibody generation. Why this is important? Just see, 1 in 5 people get cancer during their lifetime. 16 people die from cancer per minute worldwide. 1 in 10 people here suffers from autoimmune disease. And the reason that we don't have proper treatment because we lack high quality antibodies. Because antibody discovery for the pharma is very time consuming, expensive, and there is no guarantee that working antibody will ever discover it. So we have a solution. We've built generative domain-specific physics-based model, which is able to generate antibodies within minutes. But another innovation that we've trained our model on synthetic data set. We have shown that our synthetic data is not biased, it's very representative. So we've built our synthetic data set from existing publicly available data. Why we did that, it's only 9,000 publicly available antibody structures, which is not enough to train any ML model. So we did 1 billion pairs from the all publicly available whole protein structures. Therefore, our antibodies, they have biological design, biological properties, and more importantly, we can target undruggable targets. We did the validation, which was done by independent US-based CRO, and we have 20% hit rate. What does it mean? For every 10 generated antibodies, 2 work experimentally. Let's compare to our competitors, Zera Therapeutics. They raised 1 billion pre-seed last year, and their hit rate is around 1.5%. So you can see that we are really disrupting not only in terms of model, but in terms of synthetic data. Because those guys, they raised billions to generate the data. We have a technology which actually generates the synthetic data. We've been through different acceleration programs around the world, like Google for Startups. We're alumni of StartX at Stanford University. For the last year, we won a lot of awards in Germany, in May, in Kazakhstan, in San Francisco. We've been even invited to give a lecture in computer science department at Stanford University. So our business model is quite forward. It's AI as a service, licensing, like selling unique libraries. We're already talking to Twist Bioscience, it's a public company in the US. Co-development of antibodies with pharma, which has the largest deal. The minimum check is 80 million. We already have some early clients from the US, Novavax and Dropixel. We have letter of intent from AstraZeneca in Kazakhstan. So yeah, founding team, me, Bolat. I'm a CEO. I have PhD in biomedical engineering, more than 10 years of experience doing biotech. Daukian, he's very talented ML engineer. He's my CTO, and he has like more than 5 years of experience building ML, Gen AI actually specifically for the medtech. We're backed by really great advisors. Alex Deng, he's a co-author of the blockbuster book, The Venture Mindset. He's a senior advisor at McKinsey. Victoria Hefes, she helps us like talking to pharma. She's the ex-VP of US-based pharma company Alkahest, MIT, Stanford graduate. So yeah, we're raising 1 million pre-seed, 70% is already in the bank. So yeah, we have VCs, investors from the US, from Kazakhstan, United Arab Emirates, and also last month we have a VC from Germany who joined us. So all those funds will be used to validate our technology on statistical significant number of like antibodies, 100K. So we're applying for the patent, and hopefully in October we're going to publish our paper in at least at Nature Communication. So the money will be used to expand the team in the Silicon Valley because we're a US-based company, we're incorporated in the US, and of course signing performance-based contracts with the pharma clients. In addition to already like 7,000 US, we have additional fund from AWS. They're funding us through Rapid Gen AI Adoption Program. So yeah, if you have any questions or would like to join us as an investor and make the change in the future of programmable biology, please contact me. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Bolat. Questions from the jury?
Thank you so much for your presentation. You shared that you had 1 letter of intent and 2 other customers already.
So yeah, so we have future profit agreements with the Novavax and Dropixel, they're US-based companies. It's milestone-based agreements. So we reach certain milestone and receive the cash. So the total cash, if we will reach the milestone, will be several millions of US dollars, basically. Yeah.
And what is the first milestone and when will you hit it?
The first milestone, it's an experimental milestone that our antibodies actually work. Gen AI generate antibodies, they actually work. The targets are really interesting. Novavax, for example, they already have phase 1 vaccine against Alzheimer's disease, and they're exploring, for example, whether we will be able to generate antibodies, because drugs which were approved by FDA, antibody-based, to treat Alzheimer's, to be honest, they failed. So Dropixel, together with them, we are working on developing bispecific antibodies to treat cancer. So blood-borne cancers, like, so yeah. And yeah, we have letter of intent from AstraZeneca, Kazakhstan division, but the reason that they will help us to connect with the bridge division of AstraZeneca, yeah.
More questions?
No questions?
No questions, okay.
So yeah, thank you very much. Please
you, Bolat.
contact me. So we're very early stage, but hopefully we're going to disrupt the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Bolat. Round of applause, please. Bolat and Arlan. So yeah, Alexei, you're already on stage. I think you can handle this. There you go.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alexei, CEO of Fluent.ai. I had an experience in EdTech industry. We built and sold kids' school online, and we enrolled thousands of students. But we lost much more leads, and it was a problem for us. We looked for a solution, and we found it in AI agents. We built an AI agent for us. It follows up immediately. It manages CRM system. It works 24 hours a day, and all our conversion rates grew up. So we understood that this problem is common for the whole industry. And we made about 100 customer development interviews in different regions. And we focus on Latin America as the first target market. Then I suppose Europe and Africa. Why Latin America? Some reasons. First of all, this is a huge market, a huge growing market. The second one is WhatsApp communication first with students. And the last one, there is a huge pain. Payback, customer acquisition payback is about half a year. We checked competitors' landscape. There are several big companies. They are mostly focused on B2B sales. And there are some companies focused on EdTech, but they don't cover all stages of funnel. So this is opportunity for us, and some of small companies don't have even CRM system integration. Our business model is based on success share. We don't charge for a fee for months, for seat. We charge per dialogue for the start, and I think we'll move to success fee. We have first results. We have 6 pilots, and we have 2 records. One client raised conversion rate from 25% operated by people to 60%. And another one case, the growth was 13 times, from 2.6 to 34%. We made research. Now we are building the 3rd version of our product. The first one, it took about 1 month to make an agent, to make integration, to prompt, to fix bugs, and it was too long. Now it takes about minutes, 10 minutes or 15 minutes to make an agent, and no manual work. So we are going to reach 50K MRR until the end of this year, and launch self-service next year. Our team is based on 3 core skills. The first one, engineering, of course, and AI, product building. The second, sales funnels and CRM automation. And the last one is about B2B business building. I had an experience as a CEO for 13 years. I was CEO of B2B platform, and it passed $30 million in revenue. We made financial model, and our goal will be 5 million MRR in 3 years. Our margin is 80%, about 80%. We are raising 1 million, mostly for go-to-market and building the product. So in conclusion, I'd like to say that there is opportunity, there is a huge growing market, experienced team, we have experience in fails and in exits, and we will be happy to share with you this path. Thank you.
Alexei. Questions? Mr. SB.
I have a question. So what this La Venta means?
Sales. I live in Spain.
Quick question on the product. Thank you, by the way. This is great. What in your mind justifies an education specific? Because it seems like you're primarily selling to schools, right? Starting with Latin America. What justifies an education technology specific product versus like a generalizable AI sales agent?
Specific funnels.
Correct.
Mostly.
Got it. So with students in particular.
A lot of students, specific funnels and integrations, and specific prompts, because you need to qualify to push them after the trial.
Got it. Okay. And the intention here is to focus on a lot of different types of schools, because I can see you were focused. Like one of your pilot customers is I think you said it was you had one university, right?
No universities
okay.
still.
Okay.
Just edtech companies.
Just edtech companies.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Maybe a question on your MRR, because you chose to do a success fee as a basis with some setup. How does a success fee translate into a monthly recurring revenue kind of scheme? Because success is often a one-time thing. So it's dependent on how much success you have recurringly at a client to realize recurring revenue then.
Yeah, now we don't know the statistic, how much can we raise conversion rate. When we understand, when we have a clear understanding of this opportunity, and we will try to share the extra revenue. And now we charge pay per dialogue.
If everybody is using your tool, would everybody's success fee go up? Or would it be just for, like, how would it work? So would, like, more people will be buying just because everybody is using it?
I suppose we will take about 30% of the market, and will be...
And then the other 30% will not use any tools, so then...
They will die.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, please.
Sales automation space is really competitive, and how do you see the risk that larger CRM players can develop AI features like that?
There is a risk, but I think funnels, tech companies using different CRMs, and sometimes large companies use their own products. So for us, it will be the share of market. We can be better.
Another question? No.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alexei. All right. Next up to discuss real-time radiation therapy monitoring is Alejandro from Omega Radiant.
Hi, my name is Alejandro, and I'm a Master in Science and Nuclear Engineer, but through all my professional life, I work as a medical physicist in clinics and in startups. In the radiation oncology is the field that uses ionizing radiation to treat cancer patients. It's one of our most strongest tools in the battle against cancer. Every year, around 10 million patients receive radiation therapy treatment as part of their cancer care. Unfortunately, from them, around 3 million will receive unsuccessful treatments. The reasons for this is that the treatments are very long. the treatment, from the moment that the patient comes to the clinic until the medical team and the patients know if the treatment was successful or not, can be 6 months. The treatment itself can be around 2 months, in which the patient will come every day to the clinic and receive a fraction of the treatment. And through all this period of time, a lot of changes, biological changes, and issues can happen that can produce that this treatment will be unsuccessful. So for that reason, I'm creating Omega Radiant. At Omega Radiant, we combine 2 medical imaging modalities. One, the CT, the high-resolution CT that is already on the clinics, and electrical impulse tomography that is capable to produce real-time internal images. With this feedback, combining with AI, we will be able to generate real-time, high-quality internal images to give to the medical team that missing feedback that is required to adapt the base plan in order to achieve the better outcomes. Additionally, we have a consumable part of the system. There is one per patient that is used for fixating the patient for him to not move during the treatment, and as a platform for our electrodes. So, why this is important? Radiation therapy is heavily driven by images. It requires images in every stage of the treatment, before, during, and after the treatment. So today, gold standard, basically all technologies made its way to radiation therapy, and the gold standard is an equipment called MRI LINAC. The main capability of this equipment is that it's capable to produce real-time images while you are delivering the treatment. At Omega Radiant, we will deliver the same value, produce real-time images, internal images at less than 10% of the cost of this very high-quality system. So, we have 2 different revenue streams. One of them is from the electronics and the software, mainly one-time sale, and consumables. There is 1 per patient, for each patient. We have a very well-defined 3-dimensional market. From one side, we have all the clinics, all the potential customers that we can have. We have the amount of systems that there are in each clinic, where we can install a one-time sale solution, and we know the amount of patients that are being treated in each hospital. Initially, we will focus on clearing FDA and CE marks. Later on, we will continue expanding to India, China, and Japan. Our team holds all the technical skills and regulatory to lead this venture to a success in the fastest way possible to the market. We have a very strong team of advisors for business and product development, and we are working with 2 OEMs for the hardware, one in Germany for the electronics and one in China for the plastics. This far, we already made proof of concept with our clinical partners. We filed 2 provisional patent applications, and in the next 18 months, we will be completing the MVP, running the first clinical pilots, and starting the clinical regulations, which we're going to finish on 2027 to finally reach market on 2028. So for that reason, we are looking to raise $500,000 to complete the MVP, run the clinical pilots, and initiate the clinical regulations. So, in a nutshell, at Omega Radiant, we are delivering novel hardware and software, or patent-pending hardware and software. We are delivering real-time images, the fraction of the cost of the only other technology that is capable to do this. We have a 2 revenue streams with very high margins in a very well-defined market. And me, as a senior medical physicist, I truly believe that with this technology, we're going to be able to change the way the radiation therapy is being delivered today. And we're going to save the life of millions of patients every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. No problem.
I don't, what does technology do? It's not very clear. I mean, it's obviously very useful, but what does it do?
Create images.
Okay, so but
internal images.
So that means that so if you can so you have this plastic mold. There is a face mask. You wear it on the face, for example.
You put it. You have it is a catalog depending on where is the treatment, you can
Okay,
have it
let's
for the
say the
face, you can have it for the
treatment
thorax,
is,
pelvis. The plastic itself has electrodes embedded in it.
And then what happens? So you wear this plastic, and what happens?
Yeah, with these electrodes, we are capable to send signals and measure the additional voltages. And from that information, we can create real-time impedance images. This is based on the conductivity of each tissue.
So that is in addition to the X-ray, or
yes, we're gonna combine.
Or it's during the X-ray.
No, so we're gonna combine the two modalities. CT, computer tomography, with that one, because CT is have very high resolution.
Okay, but that one you wear when? So you
have it all the time during treatment, before and during treatment, and during treatment we are producing images, these enhanced images.
So during treatment, there is a CT image as well. I'm just not familiar.
Right.
with
So
how it works.
so initially you get a CT for creating the treatment plan. At that moment, you also create a plastic mold specific for the patient. And during the treatment, you take another type of imaging. This like CT, but it's called combined CT with a lower quality. With that, it's very similar, but it has a lower quality. That's used for positioning the patient. But during the treatment, there is a lot of, first of all, there are tumors that are moving.
How long are typically these treatment sessions?
Each treatment session is around 20 to 30 minutes, but it's every day. You get 20 to 30 minutes.
And you wear this mask during the treatment?
Yes, this mask is something that's used today for fixating the patient, for him not to move and to reproduce the setup. What is novel in our case is that we are embedding these thermoplastics with the electrodes to produce the image. So the thermoplastic itself is already in use. So we are fully compatible with today. We are not changing workflows.
Okay, but that means that during treatment you wear the thermoplastic, but after treatment you don't wear.
When you finish the treatment, you take it out. Next day, the patient comes to the clinic. It gets positioning again with the plastics, and yeah, like every day until he finished the treatment.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Over there.
Actually, how big your team and how you plan to grow in next year?
Right. So the next year, what we are planning.
How many people you have right now?
Right now, like full time is me and a regulatory person. So, but as the electronic part, the MVP is already done because we are working with an OEM. We have doing the integration for the field. We have another OEM doing the part of plastics. And we need to complete part of the software for the integration. And during the next year, we'll take maybe 1-2 persons more and complete the MVP and start clinical pilots. Because this is a very safe, not invasive technology. It's not that difficult. It's not also changing the workflows of the normal treatment. You can produce the images without changing the treatment itself.
Okay, and 500K, how far you go with which milestone?
Sorry, 18 months, complete MVP, run initial clinical pilots,
with this
30 patients.
It is with these 2 people. You don't need to have. You will have. 4
No, we
people.
we will add 1 or more, 2 more. But yeah, today that's possible thanks to AI and code vibing and our OEMs that we are working with. Yes.
And how much you will raise next time?
Next time is around between 3 and 6 millions.
15 seconds for a quick question. Otherwise, thank you, Alejandro, for that. All right. We have 3 more companies to hear from in round 1. And joining me here is Aperion AI CEO Andre. Hi. There you go.
So, hi everyone. I'm Andre, and I'm the CTO co-founder of Aperion Intelligence. And our mission is to accelerate innovation in the field of electronics by changing the way in which material simulation is done. But why? because electronics is under high pressure because of high demand. Billions of new devices need to be created, and they are made from critical raw material. On top of that, the new devices need to be better and better, because I want to change my phone with a better one. This is why technology is pushed now to 2 nanometers. But at this size, new quantum effects need to be taken into consideration. And the tools that are used now in simulation don't accommodate this. So we see 3 main problems. First, as I mentioned, now we need to take into consideration quantum effects when we run simulation. On top of that, there is a shortage of talents because you need to have an entire team in order to run a successful simulation. And the best codes, like the state-of-the-art of the codes, are buried in academia, so they cannot be used in industry. So the industry lost money by trying and error. So we come with a solution, Aperion Intelligence, an AI-powered platform that accelerates material simulation by moving the human workflow inside the digital space. In this way, first, we streamline the process in which these simulations are built, and after that, we create a library of state-of-the-art algorithms that can be used. But having the code is just part of the story, because as was said in the presentation of Serge at the beginning, knowledge is the one who's important. And this is why we distill 30 years of knowledge from our research group inside the research agent that ensure that every engineer can run the simulation, even if doesn't have the experience. So with this, we change the games, because now, instead of months of simulation, you can do the simulation in a few days. You can also simulate higher systems that are more close to reality, because you can simulate billions of atoms now. And on top of that, we integrate with the tools that are already available in industry. So we aim to monetize our impact in 3 ways. First, imagine our electronic device manufacturer company, like Samsung. We can create a custom workflows for them to answer specific questions. Then, they can remain subscribed to all the workflows that we have developed with the enterprise subscription or basic subscription to also accommodate startups or smaller companies. Our goal is for the first year to have already 2 customers with custom workflows. And if we look to our competitors, we can see that we have 2 categories. We have the ones who are doing material simulation at this atomistic level, but they are not focused on modularity and integrability. And then we have big companies like Comsol and Synopsys, which make billions of dollars in revenue, and we don't aim to compete with them. We aim to make them the entry point of our technology and to synergize with them, allowing the complete scales of simulation. And we think we will succeed to achieve all our KPIs, because from the moment of idea, we already built a demo, and we showed the demo in the market. And we got over 10 intention letters from small companies and startups like Expanseo, to big companies like Texas Instruments, Airbus, and we also discussed with ST Microelectronics. So our timeline is, now we still need to develop a bit the product and to raise money. The next objective is to have the first 2 customers and the revenue of 300K. And in 5 years, we aim to get to 7 million in revenue and 100 customers. Important year is the year 3, when we aim to raise another round to extend our team. But at the moment, our team is also strong, with a Puternik technical background, because Professor Stefan Roche is one of the leaders in linear scaling methods. He's one of the father of this technology. Professor Stefan Roche will be Jose Garcia will be the CEO of the company. He has 1.5 million in an ERC grant in material simulation. And then it's me, who completes the team with AI expertise in machine learning. And I'm also the inventor of Compactive AI, a tool to compress large language models. And we are also supported by people that have the same vision as us, like Nobel Prize winner Kostya Novoselov, who's now leader also in smart materials, and Professor Nicolas Marzari, who's one of the big names in the field of quantum simulation. And also on the business part, we have Kari Helt, who's the former director of Nokia Venture. But now we are looking to raise 500K that will help us to achieve our first objectives. For 300K in revenue and the first 2 customers. We aim to sell at the beginning of the next year. So we need like 2 quarters to finish the product and go to the market. So we believe that simulation should be accessible for everyone, and the best code should not remain only in academia, and put it in the hands of every engineer, because there where the progress happens. So please scan the QR to check the current version of the demo, and talk with me at the end to discuss how we can synergize and how we can collaborate. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Andre. Questions, please.
I was wondering, thank you so much for your presentation. Like,
yes.
nowadays, every week we read how fast Lovable is growing and how fast other companies are growing, and then I see your projections. It takes a while to get to the 7 million. Why not faster? Is my main question. And then secondly, like, how far are you in your product development and setting up this company?
So, you will see we already have the demo, so we test that our codes can be interconnected properly. We also have papers in Nature that show that we also have state-of-the-art codes. And we move maybe slower, but we don't move back. And our strategy is to take first clients that will develop that customer workflows with us, and they will go to subscription. If we get partners that can accelerate this, will be amazing, but we were thinking what we can do with the resources that we have now. So.
All right, thank you. Additional questions?
And you stated that Synopsys won't be a competitor, but one you will collaborate with?
Yes, because they are Synopsys or Comsol. They have CAD, and they allow some range of simulation, but a lot of times their simulation don't start from the proper point, and you need to insert some parameters. For example, we talked with a woman that tries to dry batteries, and she told, look, we use Comsol, but we had this problem. We would like to have a software like yours because we need to search in the papers to see what parameters to include in the simulation. And we put exactly the piece that is missing there.
Have you had any discussions with Synopsys yet?
With Synopsys, not yet, but we have it in plan to discuss with them soon. Like soon, it means in a few months.
Question over here.
How long does it take the enterprise adaptation?
So now, depends if it's to build the entire custom workflow for them, then will take more time. If it's to use a workflow that already exists, we believe that can be very fast, like even in a few days, to use a workflow that already exists. If not, we need to talk with them and see how much time it takes to develop the custom workflow. Yes.
But what do you already have right now? So like today, what do you have?
Yes, so now we have the tool that allows to interconnect the blocks of code, and we also have the blocks that allow simulation of billion of atoms. And
so which simulations have you done? So billions of atoms is sounding good, but what exactly can you do?
For example, for conductivity in general, transport properties.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and so who is using it? So who could be using what you have today?
So one of the examples is to talk about a project that the group had already, from where we come with the idea that we had with Samsung, where they tried to use our tool to study how they should adapt the proportion in their material in order to achieve a better performance.
Mm-hmm.
And then they wanted more, but they didn't want to share the data, and then we come with this.
And so why would they, so the methods which you use, they are public domain methods or they are proprietary algorithms? I mean, they're probably public domain science, right?
Both, because to run this simulation cycle, you see you need to have a lot of expertise. It's not just one block. For example, for DFT, we can go with Quantum Express or some tool that already exists. But then we also come with our codes that are not completely available to reach this large scale.
So the algorithms are public domain, right? Again.
Part of them, yes.
What, some of them are not? I mean, like they are secret?
Yeah, the state-of-the-art, our linear scaling is ours. And even if everything will be public...
So once your stuff is working, would the other companies be able to replicate it, or why wouldn't they be able to replicate it?
So there are two things that make us hard to replicate. First is that if we have more and more clients, we incorporate more and more tools on our platform, which will make a wall because they will not be able to reproduce everything that we have in the platform. And second is the skill and the knowledge that you have in order to run such a big simulation.
So you sell consulting or you sell software?
So we sell software on the subscription base, and when you construct workflow, we sell like scalable consulting because we can create a custom workflow for you and then you can use it.
Please use the microphone.
A service, we are software as a service, yes.
We have time for one more.
Then an advice, if not a question.
All right. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you.
All right, next up precision treatment for next generation diagnostics in cancer. We have Patrick here from Accelerator. Here you go, sir. Oh, that's you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Accelerator Biosciences, and we are designing next-generation precision diagnostic solution for various types of cancer treatment. I am the CFO of the company and co-founder. Our journey started with personal experience of losing 2 family members to breast cancer. One of the early-stage family members was diagnosed with cancer, breast cancer, in mid-30s, and despite of standard of care treatment, had relapse of the disease in just 5 to 6 years. And despite of standard of care treatment at a later stage, the trial and error approach was taken to select the targeted treatment. This is because lack of understanding of the tumor biology. And we wanted to change this, and that drives our mission to turn every cancer patient into cancer survivor. Cancer is a complex disease, and one-size-fits-all approach does not work. Cancer genomic complexity also creates challenges in making cancer a very heterogeneous disease. Designing personalized treatment is very difficult. Patients show resistance to the therapies, and there is always potential risk of relapses. It is important to align the treatment by understanding the tumor biology factors, which combines RNA, DNA, and immune system landscape of the tumor. That is where Accelerator's innovation is. Based upon a novel discovery in cancer genomics, we have designed multi-omics, multi-parametric molecular subtyping system that can provide deep, profound understanding on tumor biology. Advanced 360, our innovation, is novel RNA, DNA, and immune biomarker-based system that gives tumor biology-based insight for optimal cancer treatment selection. At a glance, Advanced 360 is a solution that combines genomics with AI, where we use novel next-generation sequencing assays to generate genomics data, which is input into our molecular subtyping system that is integrated with AI and that recommends novel drug treatment targets for various types of therapies. It can be used at both early and advanced stages. Advanced 360 system is designed to benefit oncologists to give them comprehensive understanding on tumor biology, and that helps them understanding what is exactly driving the disease and select the best treatment. On the other side, for pharma, we can generate novel biomarkers, enrich biomarkers to develop new drugs, and also help in pan-companion diagnostics for various targeted therapies. Ours is a multi-cancer solution, with breast cancer already going in the product development stage. We are confident that Advanced 360 can also be leveraged for other types of cancer. Our MVP is already ready with current integration of ML, and in the next stage, we are integrating AI to develop a completely enterprise deployable solution. For next 5 years, we are focusing on diagnostics, and then we want to expand in pharma services. For patients, we want to reduce the cost of diagnostics by 50%, and we are targeting to achieve 10 million revenue by 2030 by impacting 10,000 patients in key markets of US and India. Cancer biomarker market is 59 billion opportunity by 2030. Because of breast cancer being our first product, we compete with established players like Roche's Foundation One, Agendia. However, competitive advantage for Accelerator is it is the only one-stop solution that gives complete tumor biology-based information, and it's a multi-omic solution. In terms of our product development, we are already starting with developing our biomarkers in 2 unmet need areas of immunotherapy biomarkers for breast cancer, where we intend to launch commercially by next 12 months. By 2026, we want to launch our first biomarkers in India. We have excellent interest from oncology research centers in India, and we are also developing clinical trial strategies with these institutions, and also in US and India very shortly. Our commercialization strategy is in line with the regulatory strategy, where we start with the lower regulatory area first and move into full FDA and European CE-IVD approval by 2028. Our product development strategy is to develop in India and US parallelly. We have got 35,000 grant from Illumina, and we have already raised 350K capital. We are raising 2.5 million to complete our product development for first 2 products. This is our experienced team with our founder, Dr. Amit Gupta, having 16 plus years of experience in cancer research area, and we are supported by experienced veterans across the industries. That is everything about Accelerator. If you have any questions, we welcome.
Thank you for that, Pratik. Yeah, I'll take that for you, thanks.
Go.
Mike?
Can you go back to this comparison slide? It's always interesting with comparisons. So why is Roche having this high risk of recurrence and nobody else have recurrence? I mean,
No,
this prognostic risk of
prognostic
recurrence.
is one of the indication. Prognostic tests show the risk of reoccurrence, which directs the chemotherapy strategy for the patients. So Roche is a predictive diagnostic test. So that is the reason they are not giving entire indication in that. They are predictive diagnostic and are only used for targeted treatment therapy selection at advanced stage. So we are a complete solution. If you see, we are giving prognostic as well as predictive indication, whereas other competitors are only limiting in certain space. Agendia is only prognostic, Veracyte is only prognostic, and Roche is only predictive.
And what you provide is what exactly? So you provide like AI for it. So what is exactly do you actually sell?
So based upon a novel discovery that we have made, we have designed 50 to 70 gene panels. These are multi-omics next generation sequencing tests. We use these tests to generate genomic data, and we have a complete solution.
So you get the DNA from a patient, from biopsy?
That's right. So we extract
and
DNA,
then you
RNA, and immune biomarkers.
Use some sequencing technology?
That's right.
Like Illumina or something?
Illumina is the product.
Okay.
That is the reason
and then
we
you
have got
sequence it, and then you use your platform to understand what's...
Yeah. So our platform takes the input from the genomic test and then derives the molecular subtyping, which is integrated with AI. So each subtype has clinical...
So what's new there is AI, because this genomic test for breast cancer have been done for last 20 years, right? And there are the whole factories in US which are selling ability to do genomic tests for breast cancer, and it's almost standard.
I'm very glad you
asked. It's not done in India, and you are making it cheaper, or it's better because of AI?
I'm very glad you asked that question. The current comprehensive genomic tests are mainly taking a mutation-centric approach. So if you see in the first illustration for the patient, they were also they had also taken a comprehensive genomic test. But because of mutation-centric approach, they are looking at a high-level information. We have new understanding about cancer as a disease, and current tests are not able to integrate various factors of tumor biology into one single test, like RNA, DNA, and immune, how collectively this drives the disease. And that is where the current tests are not able to give effective treatment solutions.
But that's a function of the test or function of the AI?
It's a function of test and our molecular subtyping system integrated with AI both. So it's a novel scientific discovery which gives more understanding about cancer.
And you have a patent for it, or?
Yes, our patent is already at a PCT stage. We had filed it with European Patent Office, where we got a very positive search report.
But
and we are moving
the target market is India or US?
We are developing in India and US parallelly, because both markets have their significant advantage. In India, we have already started with the clinical development for immunotherapy biomarkers, which is unmet need area, and we are taking it to US.
Okay,
by
but
2027.
Another question I had, you wanted to affect 10,000 patients, right?
That's right.
And you wanted to have 110 million in revenue.
That's right.
That it's like
1,000
per patient?
That's right.
Okay, and so what's the cost of the full sequencing and doing a test and so on?
Because our tests are designed on a very small number of genes that we are interested in, we are not making large panels. Current genomic panels might be 200, 300 genes panels, and they create more noise for the oncologists. So we, based upon our smaller gene panels, they are cheaper to run. So we are, for our cost, we think about we can run the test in $500 itself.
Okay.
Time for one more question.
Any more questions?
Okay. Thank you, Pratik.
Thank you.
It's okay, I can do that. No problem. All right. And the last one before the break, Digital hub tailored for universities, professors, students, and digital books. Open Scholar.
Thank you.
Zimri, there you go.
Just let me fix this. Hi, everyone. Let's think about how the way we learn has changed, especially in the couple of years. With AI, smartphones, and unlimited information, we are used to getting answers within seconds. But walk into most universities, and it feels like we are stepping back in time. We see students searching for books in university libraries, using printed copies, and professors relying on outdated paperwork. Universities are struggling to keep up with how people actually live and learn today. It's time for change, and that's exactly what Open Scholar delivers. Open Scholar is a digital platform for universities, where every faculty and department gets their own secure hub. Think of it like a private Reddit, where that is built for learning and collaboration. Professors and students, they can create posts, share materials, open discussions, and work together in a single platform. For students, it's a clear peer-to-peer communications. They can learn from each other and not only from professors. Unlike other forums, Open Scholar connects everyone to a massive digital library. No more chasing physical books. With one click on their phones or laptops, they can search and get access to university digital libraries and also publishers' content. We are not new to this. We are a spin-off company backed by software engineers that have been delivering software enterprise solutions for decades to global market. Our MVP is live, fully functional, and GDPR compliant. We have raised 60,000 euros from Macedonian Fund for Innovation, just for the initial idea. Now governments and universities are rushing to transform educational systems, and Open Scholar is here to become the new standard startup with a strong foundation. Market opportunity on EdTech is $150 billion, a global opportunity, and it's constantly growing since universities are rushing to modernize. Book market is 25 billion, most of it being online, waiting to be digitalized. In Europe, EdTech market and online books are worth tens of billions, and even in Balkans alone, the opportunities are measured in hundreds of millions. Our business model is based on software as a service, which is one of the world's most profitable businesses. We generate revenue through universities' annual subscription, starting from 30,000 euros for small universities up to 60,000 euros for large institutions. And book sales commissions, we get 30% of every digital book that is going to be sold within our platform. Starting October this year, we are piloting with 3 key universities in North Macedonia. On the first year, we are launching in Balkans, targeting 50 universities, which means that we are going to generate 2 million annual revenue from subscription alone. But our main focus is European and USA market. In the second and third year, we are focusing on European market with software subscriptions and accelerating growth. On the fourth and fifth year, we are entering USA market with software subscription and also launching the digital book publishing. With this as our launchpad, we are set to become a multi-million-dollar company in a course of 5 years. If we see competitors that have solutions similar to ours, we can see that they are generating multi-million annual revenue. But the thing with them is that their products are limited. They either offer ebooks resources, peer-to-peer engagement, or sharing researches online on their platform. So that's what sets Open Scholar apart. It's one digital hub when all of these are combined. One digital platform for ebooks, for digitalized libraries, for peer-to-peer connection, and for sharing academic resources. Our team, we have Alexander Iliosky, CTO and co-founder, also alumnus Constructor University, with 12 years of experience in software architecture. We have a team of software engineers with 20 years of collective expertise, and we have strong support from academic leaders such as Rector and Dean of Mother Teresa University. And then it's me, product and founder, and with 5 years of experience in team and product leadership. We are raising 350,000 euros to finalize our software, digitalize books, and onboard 50 universities in a course of 12 months. We are looking for early investors and partners to invest in Open Scholar, so academic collaboration, resource sharing, and book discovery finally matches the way we live and learn today. Thank you so much. This is the QR code to my LinkedIn. I know that it sucks as a platform, but we can connect here. Thank you.
Thank you, Zimri. You might need that. Okay. Questions?
Thank you so much. Could you talk just a little bit more about how because it seems like a much more comprehensive platform than from a lot of the other sort of general ebook platforms that you presented as competitors. Can you talk a little bit about some of those, like which one of those features or which ones of those features were more attractive to your pilot customers?
The most attractive feature was that the hub for the students, because they can use like classrooms to share materials, but they, for example, don't have a place where they can announce any job fair or any other event that is being held in their private universities, and also the digitalized libraries. They were like very like in for that.
So basically, it was the combination of ebooks plus peer-to-peer collaboration in a single platform that they found compelling.
Yes.
Got it. That makes sense.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Dr. Bell?
Wouldn't it be better to just provide solution for digital library only, or you think like this, making it super comprehensive is more valuable?
The original idea of Open Scholar was the part of the Student Hub, inspired by Reddit, and we wanted a platform designed for students. So how we can make their life easier was to have inside the platform all of the digitalized books, so they don't have to go and search for physical books in libraries and make printed copies of their books or borrow books from other students. So I got inspired by this while I was studying, because it was a struggle. So now I had the chance to bring my idea into life with this product.
So does it allow to have pirated books or only copyrighted books?
First of all, it's going to have all the books that the universities have, and the professors of that universities in Balkans.
So they are free for students?
Free for students, yeah, because universities pay for the subscription to offer it to the students.
Hub part, does it mean the students can put the book in, whichever they have and share it with other people?
Yes. For the hub part, when I finished my master thesis, I really wanted to make it public with all the other students. So it's going to be like a great way to share their research papers and whatever they have. That is going to be like for free. And when it comes to university libraries, it's going to be for free, because universities should provide that for their students. But when it comes to professors' books, that can be sold. In Balkans, professors, they sell their book by hand. And now they will have the opportunity to sell the book from our platform, and then we get 30% revenue from their sales.
But you think there is about 260 million students in the university. Which percentage of them do you think buy books versus pirate books?
I think most of them will use the books that the universities are suggesting. But later on, like after the fifth year, we are going like to expand more on the other publishers, and it can be like books that have that are public now. They don't have like author rights, and they will be able to be exposed within the platform. Otherwise, for other institutions, we have to make like collaboration and make sure that everything is legally correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Once, twice. Okay. Simri, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made it through round one. We'll take a 15-minute break. There's some refreshments out in the hall, and we'll start again, like I said, in 15 minutes. If you hear a gong, please take your seats. Key challenges and opportunities in the European venture capital market. Matthias Winter from Constructor Capital will be hosting, and on stage with us, we have Joshua Müller. Hello. From DTCP. Then we have Gonzalo Perez over there from Weira Deutschland. Janjen Gu right here from Lumai. Christian Horneber from Bremen Capnamic. Thank you. Vinit Sukiya from Learn Capital. And Joachim de Sterker from Photon Ventures. And last but not least, Alexander Galitsky, co-founder, managing partner at Almaz Capital. Gentlemen, take it away.
I guess Sasha will join us any minute, so we start without him, leave a seat empty. What we want to do is talk about venture capital, and specifically venture capital landscape in Europe, but also beyond. So a couple of questions that go beyond. And what I did is I prepared like 5-6 questions that we want to go through. But I want to first start with leaving all of you like 30 seconds to do an introduction. So we have your picture behind you. We have some of your portfolio companies. We took the liberty to pick 2 or 3. So let's start with interesting introduction about your fund, about your portfolio, and then we go into it.
Should I start?
Yeah.
Is this on? I don't think it is.
Check. Pow. Good, cool. Hi, pleasure to meet you. I'm Joshua. As you can see here, I'm heading the T Capital Venture Unit. Originally, why am I here? You might want to know this. I'm from Bremen. Thank you. Appreciate it. No, all jokes aside, pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think phenomenal event, also for the ecosystem, very much important. Yes, short background. T Capital is a fund. We manage around about 2.3 billion in assets under management. We are part of a broader investment platform called DTCP. In total, we run roughly 6 billion, and we have the mandate for the Deutsche Telekom Group. So I can go out into the world, venture out, find interesting businesses, bring them either to Deutsche Telekom or T-Mobile, create business cases, give sometimes Weira nice investment opportunities. That's what I do, and yeah, pleasure to be here.
So I'm Christian, 48 years old. In short, I'm a scientist turned VC, turned scientist, turned VC again. Bit longer. I came for my PhD studies to Oldenburg, then started corporate VC with the NWZ in Oldenburg, then got a professorship, and now I'm the managing partner of Capnamic Bremen, which is the latest fund of Capnamic, which is an investment manager from Cologne. We're raising 30 million for startups from Bremen, and so such startups which add a value for the core industries in Bremen. We're, I guess, invested in some of your companies as well. Early on, not with Capnamic Bremen, but with our main funds in some about 380 million assets under management. And thanks for the invitation.
Hey, everyone. Hey everyone, my name is Vinit. I'm a partner at Learn Capital. So Learn Capital was pretty much the first ever early stage venture capital fund to focus exclusively on global education technology investments. And so we launched back in 2009, basically when there was no such thing as quote unquote ed tech. The story we like to tell is that you could have gone to Crunchbase back then and filtered for education as a category, and you probably only would have seen around 50 professionally funded companies. And so we were really early to the game. Fast forward 15, 16 years later, we manage a little bit over 1 billion in assets under management. These days have a pretty pure multi-stage strategy, so we're writing checks as low as 500K and checks all the way up to 50 million. So it really kind of runs the gamut of what we invest in. Very category agnostic, so investing in new tools, platforms across early childhood, K-12, higher education, post-secondary lifelong learning, and even corporate and HR tech as well. So quite a broad thesis.
And we have a joint investment.
We have a joint investment as well, yeah. So we are co-investors, very happy co-investors with Constructor and Nexford University.
Thank you.
I am Alexander, also named Sasha Galitsky, co-founder and managing partner of Almaz Capital. It has 3 funds. So we are a bridge fund between Silicon Valley and Europe, offices in there and Berlin. So I will not tell too much. So I will tell that I supported almost all searchable companies. So invested from all of them, including Constructor Tech. And that's all possible.
Hi, Joachim Sterke, one of the founders of Photon Ventures. We are a deep tech VC who invests in Europe. We are focused into photonics, so we chose to have a specific niche within the semicon sector because we believe that that's a high growth sector with enabling technology for semicon. We invest in Lumai together with Constructor, I believe in March, so it should be Lumai and not Effect Photonics there. We are the smallest fund of all the people here, which is only 100 million euros. We started in 23 and I've done 16 investments so far. We typically start at seed, ranging from 500,000 to 5 million as a seed ticket and go up to about 10. I have a background in physics and economics, done 2 startups myself. One I started in 2004, which I sold in 2014, and one I started in 2014, which I sold in 2018. So I know a bit of the dynamics behind startups and all the drama which comes with it.
Hola, hello everyone. Gonzalo, the head of investments of Wayra. Wayra is the corporate venture capital of Telefonica Group, O2. That's why maybe Joshua and I are together there for the telco sector. So normally we like to invest in Series A, that's the sweet spot, tickets from 200K to 4 or 5 million. But even if the investment is strategic, like it was the case of Perplexity, that it was a bit above Series A, we could go for it if we see an angle. Pretty easy thesis.
Hello, this is Jason. I'm actually not an investor, so I'm from Lumai, a portfolio company of Constructor and also Photon Ventures. So we do optical computing for AI inference in data centers. Basically, we are addressing the energy problem of compute. We are based in the UK. We are a spin-out from the University of Oxford. So I actually came here last year as well. So because I really like the event, and then yes, I will come back again this year. So really good to see many familiar faces here. Yeah.
Okay, very good. So this is the introduction. So I prepared like 6 questions, and I won't take all of you for all 6 questions because otherwise we're killing time. But it should be a bit of a discussion starter. So the first question is actually, very relevant. We talked about Bremen today. We talked about Europe, Germany. First question is, how is VC landscape in Europe evolving, especially compared to the US? See a short statistic there. In reality, if you look at the returns, at least the published ones, it seems like Europe is doing well. It's obviously not enough money, but maybe we start with Vinny, since you're more US-based. How do you look at Europe at the moment, and what's the difference to what you see in the US?
Yeah, boy, it's a really, really good question because so right now, so our firm we're based in like the heart of Silicon Valley, right? And if you go to Silicon Valley right now, the amount of AI hype. I talk to my general partners who have been working in Silicon Valley for the last 30, 40 years, and they tell me it kind of reflects what they saw in the late 90s with like the .com boom. And so like right now, the activity and hype around AI infrastructure and AI applications is kind of through the roof right now. And what's cool is that I think we're seeing, I'm kind of the US person on this panel, so curious to hear what everyone else thinks, but at least from the Silicon Valley perspective, I mean, we're seeing like so much more deal flow, like sort of AI native deal flow and kind of interest in co-investments from European investors in a way, like for AI specific startups, in a way that I have not seen before. And so, like at least from my perspective, comparing like what the ecosystem looks like now versus what it looked like 10 years ago. Like 10 years ago, we had to work really, really hard to find like European co-investors or European companies. I mean, there's obviously a lot of technical talent here. And so, we have like 3 or 4 European companies where all the founders were highly technical in nature. So it was much more difficult back then, whereas now it just feels like in Silicon Valley that like co-investing with European VCs, it just feels a lot more mainstream than it did in the past.
So basically, you're saying European investors move the money now to the US.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely feels more global. Like when we talk to like European investors, they're comfortable investing in global markets. We're also much more comfortable investing in European markets as well. We have a much better understanding. So it feels more global, but like for firms and companies that are domiciled here, it just feels a lot more global than it did like a decade ago.
Got it. Okay, Sasha, how do you? I mean, you're US-centric in reality, but you live in Europe.
No, we always was bridge. My thesis is always to find company in Europe. In the past time, mostly CIS, Eastern Europe, since there are people less lazy, working hard. So to find them and to find the entrepreneur with dream to become global and to bring them to US. So all our companies came from this type of deals, which we did starting from day one when I negotiated with Cisco when they asked me to start fund. So from point of view of what I see, I was entrepreneur in the US and in Europe. And I will say that Europe did not change. So Europe still too fragmented, culturally, centric nationally, like German working with German, French with French, no cross-border too much, in investors doing the same. It is a problem of Europe, I will say. So it is the hype of AI. I had my life in the hype of .com, so it was the same. No difference. When hype coming, everybody going to where the hype. So, and US rocket up when it is hype. So by this way, it is a just new hype which is exist and a lot of people. What changed? Changed that European, more crazy guys. I like crazy people, like Serge Bell. So crazy people, they moving today more easily to States to start, since it exists a lot of grounds there. There exist alchemists, there exist plug and play, which started to be more nicely than was in 2000, and exist also Combinator, many programs which is bringing people there. So it is where more entrepreneurs from Europe started to go to US to start there, not waiting first money in the Europe.
Okay, thank you, Sasha. Maybe Joshua, you're representing a very German company.
Yeah, not anymore, but our profit is being made in the United States. Yeah.
But how do you, I mean, how do you look at it? You must be investing on both sides of the Atlantic.
Yeah, I think both things, I mean, I'm more optimistic on Europe, just in terms of talent. I think that is there, definitely. The one thing that, of course, makes our life difficult as investors is we don't really see the exit landscapes as we have it in the United States, right? We were very privileged to have two great exits, both to SAP with LeanX and Signavio, about $1 billion, but the buyer's market just isn't here. And I think, therefore, I think Europe is back. I think now new budgets are also being freed up at the moment currently, which makes me exciting pretty much. But the overall venture landscape in general, because it has a lot of hurdles just in terms of geographical structure, every points that we already made, right? I think still it has some catching up to do. Yet again, I remain optimistic on talent and opportunities here. If also now the mind shift comes and people start and companies start to insourcing innovation, start acquiring companies as well. We need to see that, otherwise that won't develop.
Got it. Okay, very good. We come to our second question, so this is now about you guys, how you raise capital. So there's the statistics on the biggest fund in Europe, and if an American would look at that, he would say, wow, this is like last quartile, very small funds, completely irrelevant. I mean, maybe start with you, Achim. What do VCs need to do different to raise more money, to be more in the flow, to nurture the scene that is here?
I think one of the points, more exits. We haven't shown a lot of exits in Europe lately, or over the years. So more exits, especially in deep tech, which is our sector, is key to enable also LPs to have fund returns and then invest more. I think fundamentally Europe is very fragmented, so we are a Dutch deep tech venture fund. The majority of our LPs are Dutch because that's the Mining network. But they are Dutch. Dutch people tend to be cringy, so they have a very diversified financial portfolio, and of course deep tech VC is very risky, so it's tough for them to, one, understand it, and two, invest a lot in VC in general, but especially in deep tech. And we also don't per se have, in the Netherlands at least, but also in a lot of European companies, a large enabler to this is important for Europe or this is important for the Netherlands. Let's back that up, for instance, by pension funds. If I look at the US, I believe 5% of pension funds are required to invest in private equity and venture capital. The Netherlands have one of the largest pension funds of the world, €1 trillion in assets, which they invest into the US and into oil and gas and other stuff. But we don't per se have a regulation, okay, it's important for the Dutch ecosystem, startup ecosystem, etc., that, for instance, 1, 2, or 3, or 4% of the pension funds is also invested in a somewhat higher risk class, which makes it difficult to raise for us in the.
Okay. Gonzalo, you.
Yeah, actually, one of the topics I was going to mention, you mentioned already, the pension funds, is, I think, probably the biggest difference between US and Europe in terms of getting some big money in the funds. But also, in general, we're trying to compare always Europe with US, but they're not both the same thing. It's like, no, you either compare US with Germany, US with Spain, US with etc., because we're not a real union yet. So either we have EU Inc. company set up that you can go like a Delaware company and you can then operate in all the countries in Europe. And then I can go even further and more critical, but it could be even global debt, global pension funds, global, etc., etc. And then we might have a chance to compete with US. Until that doesn't happen, forget about it.
You need to speak about labor law as well. Since when I was entrepreneur in the 90s, actually, in Netherlands. So it was difficult for me to fire people. When you build company, you need to hire very slowly and fire very fast. It is very important for startup. But Europe didn't change. So I negotiated 1 year with French to fire people. With Dutch, 2 people I negotiated 1 year. So I burned a lot of money as an entrepreneur after my success in the US. I was so unhappy in Europe, I will say.
Yeah. But at least it would be faster if you have one single regulation, even if it's bad, you only have to fight against one, at least, like common for everyone. Right?
Yeah. That's a long way to go. Maybe we go to the third topic and introduce Jason to talk about deep tech. So we are many people here on the panel who are deeply interested in deep tech. And this is probably an area where Europe also could stand a chance. So what are the specific challenges that you see as a deep tech startup in Europe, in the UK? And how could we overcome them?
Well, I think just stating the obvious, right? Clearly, the first one is the availability of the funding, right? Growth funding, particularly because we do deep tech, and then naturally this is a long-term investment. And so we actually just closed our latest round like a few months ago. But during that process, we have been talking to investors in Europe, in Asia, and also in the US. And what we see is that those US investors are obviously far more patient, and they actually love deep tech. They would not shy away from like how early you are. All they want is, right, is this disruptive enough? So that's really good. And I don't think we can easily change this kind of culture in the Europe, right? Basically, this is just where we are. But in terms of doing data in the UK and Europe in general, apart from that, another very big challenge is that the biggest market is clearly still in the US or say Asia nowadays. And therefore, when we try to when we grow, when we move to our next stage, either we think about like the funding needs or the market, we will have to naturally go out and go to the US. But moving to a new market is like, that's just extra challenge for European companies naturally. So in the UK, and we also talk to some other startups, and naturally everyone's talking, right, at some point we will need to go to the US, and we will need to have a strategy to how to slash into that. It's just something that we will have to do because we are like European deep tech startups. And if you are doing SaaS, if you are doing biotech, probably that's different, but you just have this unique challenge. But apart from that, I will also want to point out that another thing that it's not a challenge, but I think we can look at the bright side, right? In Europe, we do have talents and great talents in both the UK, Germany, and Europe in general. And I would say the labor cost here clearly is lower than in the US, right? Say we raise £8 million here, and then we can hire some very good engineers to come to Oxford. If we are in the valley, $8 million, that's just like nothing. You can't do anything. You can't hire many people. Basically, in AI nowadays, if you want to hire some good AI machine learning engineers, the salary is like 1 million. That's insane, right? With 8 million, how many people can you hire? How much can you do? Yes, they are superstars, but you can't do much with that. So I think that is actually what we can leverage on. We do have talents. We do have many great people coming from all different parts of the world coming to Europe. And so that's actually pretty good of like doing deep tech here in Europe.
So that's to Serge's point of capital efficiency. That is
exactly.
much higher. I heard recently somebody tell me, they had deep tech engineers, and they said, well, the problem is they all go to the new tobacco companies, which is Google and OpenAI, because this is where the money is nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyhow, Christian, you want to talk maybe about trends in software that you see?
Well, when I look at the deep tech sector here, we're always thinking of software and things. What we did last year with our investment in Pebble, which is also a company which stands for the innovation tapestry of Europe, right? Because it's a company funded, I think, in Norway, in Oslo. They have an entity in Stockholm as well, and their operations sit in Rotterdam. So that's one of the things maybe Europe can profit on is units. The contracts do a EU Inc. For that, which would solve a lot of problems with that company, actually, by the way. But what the company does is they store CO2 in cement and concrete, right? That's also deep tech. It takes ages to develop that. It's actually a very natural process from nature, sped up by 10 millions to store CO2 in concrete. So when you build buildings with concrete, about 8% of the worldwide CO2 emission is caused by PropTech, right? The building sector. So if you want to solve that problem, you need to have deep tech solutions as well. And it's not only software, right? So I think there's a lot of potential here beyond the software space.
Got it. Very good. Now we come to fourth topic is, a comparison of the various European hubs, which is always, for us Europeans, very interesting. And you see, obviously, we are here in Germany. We think we are the center of the world. If you even look at Europe, it's by far not the biggest capital in terms of, capital raised, capital deployed, number of unicorns, etc. So maybe, Gonzalo, you want to start. How do you look at the different hubs in Europe? And, how can Germany catch up? And
yes, should I say it or no, Gonzalo? Was it Gonzalo or me? No, I'm just messing with you. So I think when we look into the European hubs, listen, Germany had a run. Germany had e-commerce. We have seen that. That was good years, solid years, good traction, profitable outcomes, even some case IPO successfully conducted. Nice. When I look in terms of what are we doing now, right? I try to do the opposite of, even though I said it before, right? The exit landscape is not here. How do I develop it? I can't go into the boardrooms of, I don't know, Bosch, Daimler, and Siemens and say, guys, you need to buy more. That's not the risk profile, right? What do I need to do? I can develop ecosystems. I can take capital that I make in the United States out of T-Mobile and reinvest it into the European Union and try to keep people at the hubs. Because the risk of flight, you said it before, go-to-market motion in Europe, insanely difficult. Go higher in France, go higher in Netherlands, go higher. We don't want to repeat ourselves. It's just a nightmare. So what I try to do is I try to, let's say, even though these infrastructure thingies are troublesome, I try to at least make it so that 11 Labs, as an example, where I can keep my company and the entrepreneur based in the United Kingdom, even though the meat is much more there in the US. I try to keep them there and say, listen, I know we have these troubles, but again, there's a lot of things also globally speaking that go into your direction, and therefore let's build, let's develop this infrastructure here. With that being said, what do I think of all these hubs? Every one of these hubs needs to develop over the next couple of years. I mean, look at Tel Aviv in comparison with Berlin. That can't be, you know? Look at, I mean, it needs, things need to speed up a bit. And also, I think our German founder mentality. Because, you know, Zalando, e-commerce, these days are over. We don't need soap startups, we need real innovation.
100%. Joachim, you're in the Netherlands. Amsterdam is here not on the list, but how do you look at it?
Yeah, I think from a deep tech perspective, it's more so Eindhoven and Twente who's doing great. Prior to Photon Ventures, I built Photon Delta, which is an ecosystem builder for integrated photonics. And what we try to do is try to enable a supply chain, because in deep tech, you need to have a supply chain in order to make a product. Typically, a lot of startups start with a product, but if you can't build a product, in the end, you have only an MVP. And the difficult part there was, if you look at Europe, and I'm complaining about Europe again, Europe has certain key enabling technologies, and then countries choose key enabling technologies, which is great. And then when you look at the Netherlands, we have robotics, quantum, photonics, and AI. And then if we look at France, we have quantum, photonics, robotics, and AI. I'm not sure what Germany is, but
You need to move to Belgium.
Right. So if we were a bit smarter, then we would say, well, Netherlands is good in photonics, let's focus on photonics, and then the majority of the money will flow into that. Of course, that's good for me as a photonics VC. And then France would be good in quantum, et cetera, et cetera. But what we are doing, we are funneling local money into, I want to be the best in quantum, says the Netherlands, and also France says, and then we are competing instead of building a supply chain for quantum, or a supply chain for photonics, or a supply chain for semicon, which enables an entire ecosystem. And then you are creating the right hubs, a quantum hub or a photonics hub or an e-commerce hub, and that's not what we are doing. And then I think that's also why we are falling behind.
Got it. Sasha, any thoughts on that?
No, just what I support said. It is a problem of Europe. If you look even on states, you have Silicon Valley. One region, you have another media like LA, after this you have Boston, you have few areas where the people, and you saw in many places, people try to rebuild something and it did not happen, yes? And people moving to speak with engineers, like I don't know, Silicon Valley, now also like divided. If we'll go to the old people living in the Silicon Valley, young people living in San Francisco right now, yes? So, but it is an interesting combination right now with new generation of AI. Old people started to combine with news, and software guys need hardware guys, and the young people don't like to do hardware. So in Europe, it does need to be also some kind of decision where it needs to be some hub. But all this all these different pieces of Europe, they're not united. It is the main point. Yes. So how to move people to Nice, where the IBM center exists for a long time. Yes, so how Dutch people will go there? Not. They will stay at home. They like milk, they like beer at 5 p.m., so they don't like to go to France.
Very good. Nothing against the Dutch milk. Sorry, I'm one too far. I mean, I wanted to touch also on a topic about universities, since we're here on the campus of a university. How could we, and maybe we need to, since you're investing in education tech, how could universities and VCs and startups work together more effectively?
Yeah, I was thinking about this question in particular because, like, if you go to Silicon Valley, what I find always so striking about that entire ecosystem is that, like, boundaries between universities, startups, and VC funds basically don't exist. Like Stanford is kind of just like Stanford graduates going to VCs, startups, back to Stanford. It's kind of all a revolving door. And you know, I'm pretty sure I've gotten rejected from Stanford like 2 or 3 times in my life. And still, like, I always find myself just like randomly on the university campus, like participating in some new accelerator program that's sponsored by some other VC. And so the like loosening of like walls and boundaries between all of these institutions is actually so critical to like building network effects in these ecosystems and then maintaining them over time. Like what I just said for Stanford is just as true for Berkeley and the East Bay, right? And so, like, universities, I would say universities in general, irrespective of like what their ranking is or what they focus on, like ability for every department, no matter what they do, to sort of like kind of lower the walls, like launch some type of programming, be open to working with founders, like put it out there in the world. Like you'll be surprised at how much reception you'll get. You know, from like, and from that you can like build entirely new ecosystems, right? Like we talked a little bit, or you mentioned a little bit earlier about like other ecosystems in the US, right? Silicon Valley dominates, but then you have these like smaller ecosystems where you have like, you know, biotech activity in Boston, and you know, you try to get like emerging ecosystems in like Austin and Miami and Los Angeles. And I think like for those sort of second or third tier ecosystems, like what I've noticed is if like the leading local universities there, like a UT Austin or a UCLA or like University of Florida, like if they had just kind of put themselves out there more in the way that I see from a Stanford and Berkeley, you probably would have seen more stickiness from those ecosystems. And so, you know, like whenever I talk to or see like administrators from some of these universities, like I try to sort of like encourage them, if you care about like building a startup ecosystem, like be more open with being able to interact with founders.
I have a question. What do you think is the main differentiator, or how did United States University have overcome that issue of, okay, we are an academia, research-driven institution that is really much non-profit oriented, not running, let's say, with business demeanor and stuff. So how can we, like, what have they done differently?
Yeah.
In US, if you are a startup founder and you are successful, then you are a hero. In the Netherlands, if you are a successful startup entrepreneur, you sell your company, you made too much money.
But that is much more of, let's say, some sort of perception topic. But what about, that's really the academia? Because I would love to be closer to German university ecosystems. I have two options. I either go to business schools or I just don't touch them because I'm not a deep tech investor.
Yeah, here's actually one answer to that. Like something that we've learned at our firm. So like a couple of our advisors are current Stanford professors who are like very academic in nature, right? Probably have like, don't care all that much about like building startup ecosystems. All they care about is like the quality of their research. Here's what we've noticed. The thing that gets them excited is when we invest in a highly scalable or like at scale startup that has access to certain data sets that are directly relevant for their research.
How much do you think the point plays into that these universities have endowments that invest into funds?
Say that again.
These universities have endowments that invest into funds.
Yeah. So what we've noticed is that endowments just operate, at least in the US, endowments operate entirely separately from the universities themselves. Like they are their own asset management firms, right? But I would say that's probably the most, yeah, very closed. But I would say that's the most direct answer I have to your question, because we run into this idea of like universities being like, you know, professors like only care about their research, way too academic, like don't care all that much about like producing great founders or great startups, or like if you can demonstrate that you have like data that they want to access for their research, and you as a VC fund can advance their research, it makes these types of partnerships like a lot easier.
Very good.
Sorry, I
wanted to, because you're a revolving door, so talk about
I do want to quickly comment on this. So we are in Oxford, right? So I think in general, Oxford is doing okay in terms of like commercializing the IPs and researchers from the university. But what's interesting is, so I was doing like postdoc research at the university, and it wasn't obvious to me that I would want to do a startup, right? It wasn't really in my mind. And after doing this, then I thought, right, this is much better than doing research at the university, because I have much more resources and support to actually develop a product, and which is great. What I find surprising is that even in Oxford, with so many successful spin-outs, many researchers now, they still don't know how actually to do a startup. They have no idea. It's not that they don't want to, they just, it's nothing in their mind. They take courses and then they do researches, they publish papers. They have no idea about, right, startup, what does that mean? What do they need to do? No idea. So it's just, I think building the ecosystem just needs everyone to push harder to basically break the barrier. And another thing that I want to mention is actually the successful stories. I think that's extremely important. So when I was doing my PhD in Hong Kong, in my university, we had a very successful spin-out, DJI, doing drones. And it's a huge hero. Everyone see how they actually become a successful company starting from a lab, right? And everyone loves that, including professors. And that motivated my PhD supervisor to start two spin-outs, which is still going fine. And in Oxford, there are a few like successful spin-outs. Yesterday, the biggest news is basically like the acquisition of, in the quantum space, IonQ acquired Oxford Ionics at 1 billion valuation. And that's huge. So some of these successful stories from university spin-outs, I think that can actually change people's mind a lot. And then professors and researchers in the university will say, wow, I didn't see that. That's great. Can I do anything with my research? So there needs to be lots of these successful stories, I think.
Got it. Okay, so we have about 2 minutes. I wanted to ask one more question, since we have two corporate venture capital guys here. What can corporates do to encourage, or corporate venture capital funds, how can they contribute to building a stronger ecosystem?
You want to go first?
You go first.
No, I talked so much already.
You already have the mic, but that's okay. So I think there are two ways that are obvious. No? So the first one is investing, and that could be direct or indirect. So either in third-party funds or in your own money. And the second is to generate revenue. So how do you do that? From my perspective, and this is now my opinion and not Telefónica's and wider, you should go away from the incubator accelerator model and go more into the area of minimum Series A farther companies. Because if you don't do this, then the impression, and Joshua, you correct me if you have a different idea, is that you will feed up the company with companies with startups that are not ready, and therefore the company will start thinking about you and your unit as, oh, these guys are just PR. They're just bringing stuff to play around, but they're not really into the business. And then it's over to get from there. So either you get to go into later stages, and then let's talk with the board, let's try to stay here, stay up, and stay relevant for the company. So either you build a fund, or you bring initiatives that go there straight to the KPIs of the company, the board level, or you don't do anything.
Yeah, for me, it's, I think two things. I mean, next to investing capital, it's the thing. I work with the second largest tech company in Germany, right after SAP, it's Deutsche Telekom. Sometimes they forget about that. I can not only take money and put it into the ecosystem, but I'm there also to help the company. So what I do, first I need to make money. I did that the last years. Now the board listens. And so we can work on their mindset when I go to Tim Höttges or someone. This is a 20 billion free cash flow generating business. They don't care about single double-digit million. It's just not on their agenda. But still, they need to get more skin in the game, more involvement. They need to also understand that they're an ecosystem player that also is going to acquire potentially companies. So it's not only the market, but also when you have given the trust by an enterprise that is as large as Deutsche Telekom, T-Mobile, or Telefonica, or Siemens, or Bosch, whoever, you need to also be an intrapreneur in a way and try to help the company to get a better mindset on capital markets and innovation.
Got it.
Only one comment. That innovation office of BMW, as I know, SAP, actually sitting in US. So it is a problem for European ecosystem, I would say.
Christian, any final thoughts on?
Oh, good.
No, Christian.
Well, some final thoughts on the mindset, especially from a regional VC's perspective, right? Because what went on throughout Germany throughout the last months was this big governmental support grant thing called the Startup Factory, with the target of producing more startups very much like the TUM, the Technical University in Munich. Let's see how that plays out. But what we've seen here, especially here in Bremen and in Oldenburg, which are two separate federal states, is that we do have several boundaries in our heads, right? One is the boundary between two federal states between Bremen and Oldenburg is one thing. And the next thing is the barrier inside our minds, which separates science from economics. Right? Especially when I look at the German Mittelstand, which has a lot of capital as well, also here in Bremen. They just need to open up as well, and we all need to learn. So this is my final statement here. We all should learn, startups, investors, Mittelstand, politicians, how VC works, how the ecosystem works, how it's built very internationally, so we can all do our individual profit with that.
Okay, with that, we're running out of time. Thank you to all panelists. I hope it was interesting. You can obviously talk to them for the startups later on, try to get them excited. We heard now what they're looking for. Thank you all. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. We have some goodies here, goodie bags from the group for our panelists. All right. Thank you for that, Matthias. I can take that microphone from you and the clicker. I can take the mic. Yeah. Yeah. You want that one as well? All right. Mic gymnastics. All right. So, with that, we will now kick off the next cohort of pitches, the second session. These next two are going to be pitching online. So I'm hoping that they can hear me right now. I'll just assume that that's a yes, and we'll see in a second. So our first company, they produce biodegradable, MDR-oriented, and sterilization-compatible bioplastic raw materials from shellfish waste for medical, cosmetics, and pharmaceutical industries. Please welcome Cheeto Lastic. And your 5-minute timer starts now.
Yeah, let me share my screen. So hello everyone, I am Burak. I am co-founder of Kitolastic. We develop sustainable bioplastic raw materials designed to solve one of today's most urgent challenges: the environmental and regulatory burden of plastic use, especially in the medical industry. Most plastics never disappear, and medical plastics, which are burned after use, make it worse. Each patient generates over 600 grams of plastic waste daily. We need safer and sustainable solutions. Kitolastic meets this need with a biotech solution. We produce biodegradable and sterilization-compatible bioplastics from shellfish waste, tailored for medical, cosmetic, and pharmaceutical industries, where safety and compliance matter most. Our process begins with high-quality chitosan, developed in partnership with Keto Center. We then apply our formulations to produce composite biopolymers in 4 forms that are filament, film, powder, and granule, each tailored for specific industry applications. Our lab-scale prototype fully meets the sectoral expectations of industrial-scale producers and consumers with features such as high thermal resistance, wide processability, and adjustable biodegradation times. And these are our prototypes that we produce under lab conditions. Kitolastic offers a green production model that reduces energy and water use by up to 20% and cuts carbon emissions up to 3 times compared to traditional plastics. Our materials support circular economy goals by enabling multiple applications from a single raw material, lowering cost without disrupting existing systems. Globally, the bioplastic market was $8 billion in 2023 and is projected to grow to $57 billion by 2032. In Turkey, where the industry heavily relies on imports, there's a strong demand for local and compliant bioplastic solutions. Kitolastic is positioned to fill that gap. In this fast-growing market, our entry strategy has 3 phases. We will start in Turkey, targeting the $427 million medical plastic and medical packaging market, then expand into Europe and the US with an extended product line. Kitolastic stands apart from current players. Global producers emit high carbon emissions, and many Turkish companies use uncertified food waste as an additive. In contrast, we offer CAS-registered, MDR-compliant bioplastics specifically developed for use in regulated sectors like healthcare. We will operate under a B2B revenue model. Our main income will come from raw material sales, supported by patent leasing. We are in talks with key players in the medical industry to understand their needs. A common issue is the lack of MDR-compliant bioplastics in Turkey. Our solution has attracted strong interest, and we have signed LOIs with IBF Medical, Carnegie Medical, and Bongraft, each projecting 1 ton per month orders, representing 20,000 K per month in potential revenue post-pilot. After extensive R&D, we finalized our formulations and were selected by top local and global accelerators. We will incorporate in August 2025, launch our first production line, and raise investment in 2026 to scale. And Kitolastic is powered by a strong and interdisciplinary team. I am biomedical engineer and I will lead operations as CEO. Our other co-founder and CTO associate professor Dr. Didem is academician in biomaterials. Our team is working together as lab mates even before Kitolastic was born. With the planned production line, we will achieve 1.5 tons per month capacity, and we are asking 500K investment to scale to 5 tons per month and patent our formulations. As a result, Kitolastic is not just a product, it also offers a solution that supports circular economy and environmental sustainability. We invite you to join us for a better future. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you, Burak. We have time for some questions from our jury. Any questions? Yes, we do. We have one. Dr. Bell?
So why would people use bioplastic? Is just because it's degradable, or there is any other reason to use bioplastics?
Yes, besides being biodegradable, the ecosystem is changing due to the environmental pressing, and due to the regulations, manufacturers have to change their existing raw materials into these kind of specific solutions.
But what percentage of plastic is used for medical use? Like, I mean, in general, there's a lot of plastic around us. What percentage is medical use? Probably very small, right? Or not?
Yeah, actually, it's not that small. It's about 20% of the whole kind of plastics, but mostly PP and PE kinds of
What is
plastic.
PP and PE?
Polyethylene and polypropylene.
That is for medical use, is 20%?
Yeah. Mostly
Of
they are
all
used.
plastic?
They are used as additive in the finished product.
Okay. And so the example of use is just that they use it to make some medical devices, or like just to do packaging, or how is it really? So all of that is 20% of usage of plastic. It looks quite a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
I personally have seen plastic oceans in variety of parts of Indian Ocean and other places, and they didn't see any medical devices there. It's mostly just bags and bottles and whatever other shit, but not medical devices.
Mhm. This is not actually recyclable, but it's upcycled project. We offer a new kind of solution.
But so any kind of solution means that the target is not medical, or is it medical?
Is it in the first phase? The target is medical companies, medical industry, and medical packaging industry.
But wouldn't, as a patient, you prefer a good plastic versus degradable plastic?
Yeah, because it has a lot of benefits, not because it's biodegradable, but it reduces the inflammation caused by traditional plastics. It reduces this inflammation.
That is just because it's produced by nature, it decreases inflammation, or is some other reasons?
No, the actual reason here is we use chitosan as our main ingredient in our formulations, and chitosan provides this feature. It acts like antimicrobial property. That's why it reduces inflammation.
If you use non-biodegradable plastic, what would be the alternative, which would be equally good or better or worse? Like, you know, for all this stuff, if you go back to your examples, which is slide 11 or whatever, I think slide 11, right?
We tried our with polypropylene and polyethylene too, and the results are the same. but we are offering biodegradable solutions for these companies because the environmental challenges. Because we are digesting and consuming 5 grams of microplastic each week, which is equivalent to a credit card size.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
In terms of the fabrication of these things, typically, especially in this industry, the volumes are very high, the investments in capex are very high, and the margins are almost zero. That's also why it is quite difficult for some countries to shift from non-good plastic to good plastics, and there are already a bunch out there. So what are you doing different there? Because making a margin on this stuff is very difficult in the end.
Yeah, we offer cost-beneficial products, and the Turkish market is ready for this kind of products.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank
We're
you.
out of time for the Q&A here. So that was Kito Lastek and Burak. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Next up, also presenting online, will be Bonu from Zain.
So hi everyone, let me share my screen. Please let me know if you can see it.
You're good.
Okay, great. So we can start. Hi everyone, I'm Bonu, Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of Zain AI. Everybody here uses ChatGPT, right? It's fast, helpful, but sometimes it just makes things up. You ask it a simple question and it confidently gives you a completely made up answer. So AI nowadays is like a student who aces practice tests, but fails during the real exam. And at Zain AI, we're solving the biggest blind spot in AI, helping it handle rare, high-stakes events, the ones that actually matter. So you've probably heard the saying, garbage in, garbage out. Well, in AI, it's more like comfort zone data in, real world failure out, which means that most enterprises, when they train their AI models, for example, for prediction tasks, they use past historical data, which is clean, regular, predictable. But unfortunately, the real world isn't. It brings shocks, crashes, recessions, hurricanes. So if we look at the case of JP Morgan, one of the biggest financial institutions in the US, it lost over 60% of its profits in a single quarter during the COVID-19. Why? Because their models couldn't anticipate the shocks. So such cases indicate that AI is not prepared for unusual events, the black swans or outliers, and the world pays the price. So that's how we came up to create Zigan, our proprietary model which generates synthetic data with smart outliers. And we don't just recreate the past. We simulate future stuff as challenges. The good news is that last month we got the patent for this technology and also recently published our paper on Archive, a platform by Cornell University. But before doing that, we have conducted many backtests across 8 markets and used over 100 million data points. So the results speak for themselves. In 5 out of 8 cases, our model beat the top one from Hazy, Gretel, Citigun, etc. So during unusual events, we improved the accuracy of models by up to 30%. So it's not just a science project, it's working. If we look at the Gen AI market, it's projected to hit $1.3 trillion by 2032. And our focus is overlook 600 million of AI robustness. So let's talk about the traction. We exist less than a year, but have pretty much good traction and mainly operate in MENA and Central Asia. So alongside fintech, govtech, and edtech, we've engaged into new high-impact domains for us. So today I'd like to focus on the most important one. So in defense tech, we are collaborating with UAE company to build the software for drones from scratch. And it's specifically designed for Tajikistan, the country in Central Asia where 93% of its land is mountainous. So this project will be presented to the president of Tajikistan this June 25th. So in language AI, we are collaborating with Advanced Technology Research Council in Abu Dhabi on Falcon model. It is one of the best Arabic LLMs. So we will work to make it even better and even accurate. So last but not least, we've teamed up with Scale AI to build first Tajikistan's national large language model, which will be deployed across all schools nationwide by mid of 2026. And this project also will be presented to the president of Tajikistan. If we talk about the targets, by the end of this year, we aim to release 3 more models, foundational models. So one for computer vision tasks, where the model can handle images and videos, one for text, and the last one is multimodal architecture, where the model can understand all data types, images, text, videos, and tabular data. We are not alone to build resilient AI faster. We are part of a group, A7 Sigma, which includes whole AI pipeline from AI Academy to infrastructure and data centers. And think of it like Rocket Internet for AI, independent teams under one umbrella, each solving core part of the stack. And our company, our team is the brain in this ecosystem. So right now we are raising $1 million at 10 million valuation, and most expenses will go to human and compute resources. And our business model is quite simple. We're B2B SaaS, and we operate similar to Liquid AI. So what we offer is subscriptions, licensing, and white label packages. And our pricing starts from $500,000. And we are a team of founders, researchers, engineers who believe that AI shouldn't be just smart, it should be resilient. And by the way, we're also open to have a board member who will share our vision and help us to grow faster. So let's build AI that won't fail when we need it most. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Bonu. Joining us also in person for the Q&A phase. You want to come on the stage, please? Because we have microphones over here, just in case there are any questions. Here you go. Please go right over here. Introduce yourself real quick, and we can start the Q&A
I'm Sergey,
session.
I'm head of R&D team with Banu.
Okay, very good. So, any questions, please?
So if you have technical question, it's more for Sergey. If it's non-technical, it's for me.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think that was a very good pitch. You said traction, yes, we have it. Can you elaborate a little bit, like how many customers, how are they paying already, to get some sense on that?
Yeah, sure. So we have we have 6 ongoing projects right now, and different. So in different formats. We have 1 paying customer, and our MRR right now is $5,000. And in terms of partnerships, also the most important ones for us is we collaborate with top 2 government enterprises in Kazakhstan. So for them, we're building the models for different sectors, but use tabular data. So in the case of CEDEX, it's ad tech, advertisement tech. For Kula, it's drones. But right now we have 1 paying customer.
Great, thank you so much for that. And then one question about the team. I see you worked together before at different companies. Can you share a little bit how you decided to do this together? Why now? And is everyone full-time on this project, or is also still working at the other companies that you were part of?
That's very good point. So before 2024, we were part of Zipple company, but Zipple mostly focuses on financial services. And what we want to, as I mentioned before, we want to be brain. So we want to be separated and focus more on deep tech, on R&D. So that's why we are focusing on creation of models, architectures, such kind of things. And that is the reason why we were not raising money till now, because we were focusing more on developing these models. So later on, we can go and deploy them into different verticals with different partners.
Thank you very much for your pitch. And you know, my colleague said that it's a very good pitch, but I honestly don't understand what exactly do you do. So what do you do? So you build an AI model, like, you know, you can take and build a model like Llama or, you know, whatever, DeepSeek, and then, but your model is specially trained for these crises, like stock market collapses, but how is it specially trained? What is special about it? And why would DeepSeek not specially train the model for such situations? For example, they also come out of the, it sounds like a company which was trying to predict stock market behavior.
Also, good question. So it depends on the vertical, whether it's computer vision, NLP, or tabular data, but the concept, the skeleton is pretty much the same. So you mentioned a good point, like why not Llama, why not DeepSeek? Because those models and architectures, they're not focused on low resource languages. So when we try to, when our team tried to put the messages on dialects of Tajik language or Arabic language, it simply couldn't handle it. And it was hallucinating and giving the wrong answers. So these kind of models, they can work pretty well with famous languages like English, German maybe, etc., but they cannot handle dialects. So for text, the outliers considered those unusual questions or dialects. So
And what's special about dialects, except that they are very rare?
Because when we did research in Tajikistan and went to local bank, we realized that 93% of users who are writing into chatbot, they use dialects. So in Tajikistan, in MENA region, and other regions, so most people, they are not using the standard one dialects. So the models, the existing one, they cannot handle them. They cannot understand them. So they're giving the wrong answers to the users, and the and that is the bad feedback. So from those companies.
So I mean, the focus is the dialects, the model for the dialects. Is it what you do?
For languages, yes. Dialects,
And
unusual
you have
questions.
your own model, or you enhance, let's say, Llama or DeepSeek?
No, we take the base model. It's not Llama, it's different. It's Gemma, but we collect more data and fine tune it in the right way and put the novelty into that architecture. So it's not just taking the Llama baseline and fine tuning it. No. So it's similar to Zigan. So the base model is Citigan, but our team, Sergey, can explain more. We've put it like more technical, new stuffs, and improved this model. So that's why the performance is better than the other models. So the same logic is for other domains and verticals.
I guess we're out of time, but here you have example of stock market. So basically, the stock market predictions are hallucinating if you use Tajik language dialect, and there is a lot of traders which are trading in the dialects. Is it the solution to that problem? So you have like somebody who speaks with very specific dialect in Tajik language, and then in that case, the model will allow him to trade better? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, this one is not for Tajik. It is data. It's from financial service data, different banks across 8 markets. And here we put the macroeconomic parameters, not dialects or text. So what we did, we took macroeconomic parameters, generated the right synthetic data with the shocks, and retrained the model. So Sergey, maybe you want to add some more. But it's not related to Tajik. It's
that's about different modality. We basically train the model for tabular data and impute a lot of synthetic outliers. We're not trying to predict unpredictable, but develop a lot of different scenarios, making model more resilient to the future.
Yeah, okay. And one more point. This model is used by our partner and let's say sister company like Zippo, and over 50 financial institutions across 20 markets use this technology to make the models even better and more accurate.
Okay, thank you very much. That was Zane. All right, yes, round of applause. And our next company automates clinical workflows with AI-driven blood test interpretation, saving doctors time, reducing costs, and improving patient care. Tiago Costa from Bloodflow. Here you go, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tiago Costa. I'm the founder and CEO of Bloodflow, where our goal is to automate blood test analysis using artificial intelligence. Traditional clinical workflows are falling short. Doctors are feeling super overwhelmed with the amount of patients that they exponentially even more have to see and the stagnant number of doctors that they have to see these patients. We know from statistics that every day doctors take over 2 hours per day doing manual interpretations of results, manual writing reports for these patients, which is coming to a risk of errors for over 40% on misinterpretations, mistreatments, and misdiagnostics on the treatments that they need to do. Let's understand what are the current workflows today. So a new blood test goes into the electronic health records, and the doctor will see these blood tests. Will have to manually go find in the system every single thing on the patient context clinically. So what medication is the patient taking? Current medical conditions, family history, past blood test results. After this, he has to gather all the information and take his medical decision in the appointment with the patient. Then he's writing manually a report about all the findings that he found. What happens if we introduce blood flow in this process? So we integrate directly with electronic health records. So when a new blood test enters the system, our AI automatically detects these blood tests, will find all the clinical context in seconds for that patient. This will send everything into our public API that's connected to the systems. We'll generate an AI report, 3 to 5 sentences very quickly, leave it back in the patient file in the healthcare records, and the doctor reads this file and has support for taking his medical decision. With this, we're able to optimize and automate these clinical workflows like never before, amplifying doctors to do this best work that is patient care. We are removing by over 90% the manual work that the doctors need to do every day, reducing the risk of errors for only 5%, and for one single hospital with only 20 doctors, we can save them over 320,000 euros per year. But now here comes the question, how can you guarantee that the accuracy of our AI interpretation? We are not just an AI GPT wrapper. We have science behind it. So we built from scratch a RAG pipeline architecture with a vector database that we are populating with data that we are collecting ourselves for our pilots and clinical studies. Our bidding is to have over hundreds of thousands of clinical profiles inside of this database. So every time that we are interpreting a new blood test, we are querying this database to find the top similar cases from the clinical profiles already in the database. So we'll gather these similar cases, we'll pass everything into the subdomain LLM just for health, and this will provide an AI-generated report and leave it in the system. This way, we remove the AI hallucinations, and we have a validated accuracy of over 98%. So what's the market opportunity? We are in the AI and healthcare markets, one of the biggest markets in the world, and we are tackling first Portugal and Spain because we already have the partnerships for that. We're over 12,000 institutions across both countries, and based on our business model, we have a 550 million per year market opportunity. Our business model, very simple. We do yearly licenses for our clients, starting at 20,000 and grow up the bigger the client it is. And we charge a monthly based subscription of 2 euros per blood test analysis that we process. We are expecting and projecting 2 million euros in revenue on our first 6 months entering the market. Our market analysis of our competitors, there's 2 main pillars that we need to focus on. The level of integration of our competitors in these healthcare systems and the focus on blood test analysis. We see that we are far on the top right side because all of our competitors, direct and indirect competitors, are getting away from the regulatory pathway that they need to do to integrate in these systems and going more on a B2C approach. And we started this company 8 months ago. In just 8 months, we did initial validation with doctors. We did a POC with the biggest fertility care clinic in Portugal. We are doing 4 pilot projects right now, 1 clinical study validation that we are collecting 150 clinical profiles just from that study, and we just closed our 1.2 million seed investment so that we can go into our roadmap. Now we are already starting our regulatory pathway, we are growing our team, and we are finishing these pilot projects and clinical studies, and we will enter the market at the end of this year. We'll start our medical device and CE marking at middle of the next year, and we expect to be in 400 healthcare institutions by the end of 2026. Now, we are hoping to close the 2 million seed round. We already have 1.2. We are looking for the other 800,000 euros so that we can close this round and do a 24-month runway to do our roadmap. Meet the team here. I'm the founder and CEO. I'm the only full-time employee until now, but we have great advisors, Diogo and Thierry Loriot, and our board of directors, who is our investor as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Thank you, Diego Costa. Questions, please.
Thank you so much for that. You say you're not just a ChatGPT wrapper. I don't want to die, so I'm getting my blood test every month because I watch the Brian Johnson Netflix documentary like some other people. And I also don't want to wait on my GP to give my results. So I love what you're doing. But my stupid solution at this moment, I just push it to ChatGPT, O3, and I think I get good results. Like, do you have any benchmarking how those results are bad and you actually have a big advantage on the general models? And how are you testing that continuously?
Yeah, you don't have bad results. Like the GPT, like the most advanced models, they are very good at interpreting your blood test analysis. The only thing here that's critical in clinical settings is that you need to remove the hallucinations and increase your accuracy. So that's why we built a RAG from scratch, so that we have on that vector database, we already have clinical profiles, and we have the doctor's annotations, like the doctor's interpretations of those blood test results. So when we are querying that database, we are already seeing what the doctor said about similar profiles to the one that we are interpreting. So this removes the hallucinations. Yeah, if you... Yeah, it is.
Further questions? If not, maybe we do.
I didn't quite understand. €2 per month per blood test. That means that if I do blood test, I pay you €2 every month forever, or how does it work? I mean, like.
No, you don't pay me. So basically, our end user is the hospitals or the clinics, but our buyer, so the one who pays for us, is healthcare providers. So that we are partnering, you can see here, with Glint Life. So they are the biggest healthcare provider in electronic health records provider in Portugal and Spain. They control 70% of the market. So they are our buyer, and they do the distribution for us to the healthcare institutions. That's why that we can be here in over 400 healthcare
But so to
institutions.
euro you charge, so like if they do 10,000 tests, they pay you 20,000. That's what you mean?
Yeah, but this is also economy of scale. So we can increase the licensing price for them, but we can also reduce a little bit the price per blood test. But that's
and how much do they charge per blood test? What is the margin for
how much,
people? How much do they make? I mean, the people who do blood tests, how much do they charge per blood test?
It depends on if you go for the national health system or not, but it depends on as well the blood test that you are doing. It can go from €10 to 500.
But you charge €2 regardless of how much they charge.
Every blood test that goes through us is a €2 fixed, then we can adjust depending on the client.
And again, the buyer is a hospital or a doctor, or who is a buyer again?
The end user is the hospitals and the clinics and the doctors in it. Who buys us is the electronic health records providers, the guys that make the software for the hospitals. So we integrate with them and they do the distribution.
Okay. And why wouldn't they build this themselves?
It's not their business. It's always the thing that I asked them as well, why didn't you think about this? And they said, like, we have think about it, but it's not our business. We don't have the time. That's why they prefer. And they actually, Glint Life made us an M&A offer 2 months ago for €500,000 to buy us. And we refused.
Okay.
Any more questions? No? All right. Thank you, Diego. All right. Our next company is a plug-and-play digital twin platform that slashes downtime in emerging markets. Please welcome Tamerlane from CAD's Twin. Thank you. There you go.
Hi to everyone. My name is Tamerlane. I'm CEO in CAS Twin, visual digital twin platform, which helps industries cutting downtime losses in emerging markets. Everyone know we are living in the era of Industry 4.0. Factories supposed to be smart and automated, but that's in the ideal world. This is a typical factory in emerging market, where every equipment is mixed, no integration, no big picture. And they lost a lot of money. But every year, plants in emerging markets lost 900K per year per plant. In Kazakhstan market, we have more than 600 industrial facilities, and they lose up to $540 million annually. And this is huge. We have same challenges in other emerging markets like India, Latin America, South Africa, MENA, and China. How we solve this problem? We solve this problem with our 7 core capabilities of our platform. First of all, integration with any equipment, real-time data collection, analytics and reporting, AI optimization, modeling and simulation, and decision support. And our platform can be custom in any models for any operation. This is our real interface. As you can see, this is industry 3D model. You can see dashboards, reporting, analytics, and also we have AI assistant, which helps engineers to get any data in seconds. With CastTwin, industries can optimize their losses up to 85% every year. This is our active journey. In 2024, we ran 2 successful pilot projects. In the May of 2025, we signed our first 800K contract, and also we expected more than 8 contracts in 2026. So our monetization plan consists from 2 elements. First element is integration fee. Annual cost per enterprise, 700K, and second is technical support subscription. It costs 200K annually per enterprise. So why we are looking for investments? With investments, we can reach our goal. We can get more than 500 contracts in next 5 years. In the beginning of 2026, we would like to raise around 2 million for integration in target markets, business developing, and product development. This is our team. We have experience more than 10 years in IT, deep tech, and industry. And half of our team here, and I will glad to answer for your questions.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Temilan. So, well, actually, you might need that for your questions. I can take it quicker, though. So, do we have any questions? The floor is yours. Over there.
What is the competitive landscape in your area?
Our competitor landscape is a Siemens, IBM Maxima, Aviva, but where our target market is mid-sized factories, and we can do fast integration from 3 to 6 months. This is our potential.
Mm-hmm. Any more questions? It does not appear to be so. Okay. Temilan and CastTwin, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Appreciate that. All right. Next up, to discuss how his company is enabling water-positive solar energy production, it's Igor from Cosmoteics. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, testing.
It must have been.
There we go.
Thank you. Hello, Constructor. I hope you are awake again. He introduced me as Igor Luketina. I sometimes introduced as a water fanatic. It's because you can find me on the International Water Association. I'm a professional freediver. I like to think that we can solve the water issue, the global one, within my lifetime. And sometimes I'm also dubbed as a dew water expert. Some of you might think, what is dew water? Happy to explain. Dew is known across cultures. You can find here your word that you are most familiar with, but basically it is when at night the temperature gets so cold that moisture from the air, it condenses on the surfaces outside. And this holds great potential for alternative water source for humanity. And when I say this, I mean it seriously. Unfortunately, dew sometimes manifests itself as a problem. Here in the solar industry, they call it soiling. What happens is that the dew forms on the panel and then dust is mixed with it. And once the sun bakes it down, it becomes like cement. Obviously, the energy yield will go down, but more importantly is that these farms, they are not reliable at this point. They are not profitable at this point. And for such a big utility, this is a threat. A solar operator is not lost in this situation. Slowly he can rely on super expensive automated systems that use a lot of water, which I condemn because these areas are very water scarce. And otherwise, we can rely on people. So there's labor-intensive manual methods, but customers have reported that people tend to damage and scratch the panels on a regular basis. So you see, this is not a great solution either. We at Cosmetics, we said, hold on a minute. If we see dew as a source of water and they see dew as a problem, we might just rethink this whole thing. And this is what we do. We aim to build water-positive solar energy production. So hold on with me. Here's how we'll do it. Our value proposition consists of 2 points. And the first one is my favorite one. We do dew water harvesting on the spot. How we do it is you have an add-on that deploys a specialized condensation foil over the solar panels at night. At this point, we are harvesting dew. We also do is we repel the dust and the sand. In the morning, when it automatically goes in and back, what we have left is a super clean panel. So the panels are producing energy high level, day in, day out, always. You never have to clean. What we did is soiling prevention. We do not have to fight it. How we make money? Seems like we decided for contract manufacturing. Why we did it is because we want to have a direct contact to our solar farm. We still want to understand the customer better, the market better. We have a patent filed on the add-on. We have a patent filed on the whole concept of dew water harvesting on solar. So as a tech proprietor, we will find certified partners who will do the manufacturing for us and local partners who will do the installation for us. With this model, we have a net profit of 20%, but we're already looking into a product as a service and a more distributed way with higher profits. The market opportunity, we all know it. It's solar, it's growing, it's there. Right now, we are focusing on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the red lines are showing where we have the biggest market interest. Not only market interest, also impact, because these are water scarce areas, and climate change is coming. We have to act upon. How we got here is in 2023, we received a small grant of 100,000, and within 3 months, we've built 2 prototypes. We brought them to Egypt with us in the luggage, and we built them in the deserts. And built them right next to solar farms, where an industry leader, one of the biggest solar operators in Egypt, has partnered up with us, expressed the interest in our product, expressed the problem, and we built it right next to his farm. And we had successful tests, and this facilitated us that last week we got a fund of $500,000. And with this fund, we're entering now a joint venture in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is why focusing on their market. With them, we will not only test our our product, our add-ons, we will also have a soft landing in the market. They have great connection to the farms. They are the leading university in Saudi Arabia. What is behind us? Of course, I had the idea. I went through. For my part, I'm there for the collaborations. I'm there to find the right partnerships. Efejan, he's purely concerned with the product. He's there to do the mechanical engineering and the add-ons development. He loves it. Helmut has a master's in water management, has a master's in dew physics. So he's behind the scientific validation of the whole thing. Our ask is a little bit mashed up a little bit, because we have found that right now we're asking for 100,000, and in 5 years long we're asking for 700,000, and are happy to have a long-term partner in this. And with that, what's left to say is I'm happy to answer your questions, especially critical ones, fundamental from Serge, and also thank to Constructor and Serge in general for this opportunity. Great, thank you.
All right. Yeah, please, go ahead.
How the product works? I mean, so you have like the panels, there is a dew water, and then what happens?
Our strategist has said that you will say exactly that.
So what happens?
Okay, what happens is
The water just goes to this.
a pipe at the end.
And then, but what's know-how?
What's the know-how?
Yeah.
I'm also curious why this wasn't patented before. I think it is such a niche, dew-water harvesting, that nobody actually deployed it with solar, nobody combined it with this. And the know-how is in the foil. We have a special foil that we deploy. And the rest is how you manage
foil on top of the panel.
On top of the panel. This is automatically rolled out.
And so the foil is like water, sort of special that dew just falls down.
Bravo, yes. Yes, it collects more dew than any other material.
And why wouldn't you just coat the panels with it?
Because the panels get about 70 degrees hot, and the coatings, they don't manage it. 3M
okay,
has
but
tried
why don't they put this this foil on the panels in the first place?
Because they are not transparent. We only deploy them at night and roll them back in. We don't want anything on the top of the panels. We think the panels are actually great technology. They have high efficiency, and that's why we deploy it at night.
Okay. Yeah, just it's so it's patented.
Ultra scalable. Yes, that's the answer already.
And you patented it where? Where did you patent it?
So we filed a patent in Austria via the Austrian fund and did a PCT, so international.
And so it's patentable in US Patent Office. You think you can patent that you put foil on, and that's used for collection of the water?
So we have a report in the beginning from the Austrian patent chamber. We have another from the patent chamber, we have another from German, and the PCT. So we expect it to be patented.
So you patent exactly the fact that you, what do you patent?
So we patent in 3 levels. The first one is the concept of dew water harvesting on a solar farm, generating dew water there. Then the second
Nobody does it.
Nobody does it. Yeah, it's a problem, right? The second one is our add-on, so the whole machine, how it looks, that goes out and goes in, the rolling. And the third one is the data-driven approach, how we collect the sensor data, when to know how to deploy it, and when to know how to put it back.
Okay.
Chin's right over here. Jochen.
And in terms of durability and robustness, I mean, it stands there, it needs to be run for years and years without little maintenance, probably harsh environments with high, low temperatures, etc. I think the entire idea of revolving some panels never worked because the maintenance is high, they break over time. So how does that fit into your product, and how much hours of testing have you already done?
Yeah, that's great. So we moved to Egypt very early on, we tested it. We tested an off-the-shelf marquise, so a window cover, and it held greatly, actually way better than we thought. The mechanism is so simple that we believe we will be able to do that, first of all. And second of all, we are not exposed to UV lighting. We are not exposed to high sandstorms. We're actually long-term inside of the add-on. And this gives us the confidence that it will hold 15 to 20 years, that the foil is not exposed to the sun, it is not really that harsh of an environment. Of course, if we have high wind speeds, this is what we have to figure out how to manage that. Yeah.
Time for one more question. If not, Igor, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it. Do you have the clicker? Igor, did you have a clicker? Yeah, that's yeah. It's one way to get a call back. All right. Next to discuss ultrasound-based rechargeable platform for medical implants. It's Yuval from Kudu. Yuval, welcome to the stage. Oh, you got a click?
All right, amazing. So hi everyone, my name is Yuval Shklarch, and I'll show you my company, KuduMed. We make the world's first ultrasound-based rechargeable platform for medical implants. So when I think of the problem we're trying to solve, I think of a patient laying down in a hospital bed, not because of some medical issue, but simply because his medical implant's battery has drained out. This happens every 5 to 15 years to millions of people. They undergo surgeries simply to replace batteries. When people think of the cardiac implants market, they usually think of its size, its growth rate. What they don't think of is the hidden cost of battery replacement surgeries that far surpass the size of the implants market themselves. With over 1 million surgeries like this happening every year, a very substantial cost to each surgery, and an 11% complications rate, we believe this is a problem that has to be solved. So in order to solve this, we're offering the use of ultrasound-based charging. A patient would come in with a comparable pacemaker, and using an adhesive patch with very safe frequencies, we'll be able to recharge his battery in under an hour, providing another 2 to 4 years of battery life to the medical implant, with no additional surgeries ever needing to be happening again. We start with pacemakers, but once we unlock rechargeability, we plan on expanding to many other kinds of implants, including ventricular assist devices, artificial kidneys, artificial organs, neurostimulators, deep brain stimulators, many other things, creating a market opportunity of over $30 billion only for our products. Until now, rechargeability has mostly been enabled using magnetic-based charging, the same thing you have on your smartphone. But once the implant is a little bit too deep or a little bit too small, these solutions simply don't work, and they don't work for most implants. And with our device, we're able to deliver 100 times more power with the same size of receivers. So the bottom line, magnetic-based charging simply doesn't work for most implants. On June 2024, we received a grant by the Israel Innovation Authority, and we used these funds to build our own POC with our own unique scientific approach. We were able to deliver a breakthrough, a scientific breakthrough in delivering power through distance. We were able to deliver power efficiently through 11 centimeters of water, through the thickest chicken breast we could have found, and through my own arm, adhering to the most strict safety standards of parental imaging. We've shown these results to the president of the cardiac division at Boston Scientific, and he said that this could fit the new kinds of implants, the leadless pacemaker implants. So they've given us a letter of interest. We received that letter and we acted. We created a whole research consortium with partners from all across Europe to research our product. We call ourselves the HeartPace Consortium. We've designed a system for, we haven't finished designing it, but we've submitted a system to the EIC Pathfinder Open for charging leadless pacemakers using ultrasound. We hope we'll win. Our business model relies on selling charging stations. Our main source of revenue would be disposable ultrasound probes, and we also sell rechargeable modules for the medical implants, creating a target revenue of $5,000 per single patient and a total cost of $9,000 for a single patient that will use our product, creating a savings of between $13,000 to $100,000 for a single patient throughout his lifetime. Right now, according to our timeline, we're in the POC stage. But once we've received funding by the Israel Innovation Authority. We've used these funds to build the demo I've just shown you. We've filed 6 patents offering different aspects of our technology, and we received a letter of interest from Boston Scientific. We're having our first pre-sub and in vivo studies scheduled for the next 2 months. Right now, we're seeking a seed round of $3 million to fund the HeartPace Consortium and do the world's first leadless pacemaker that is powered by ultrasound and test it on pigs, being ready for our next stage, which will be expansion, getting around A funding, and doing a first in human studies. Now, I can't finish this without saying a few words about myself. So I'm an electrical engineer. I have over a decade of experience in research and development. My thesis has won the IEEE International Symposium on Antennas and Propagation, Best Student Paper Award in Taiwan. I take very interesting technologies from the world of microwave and put them into uses in ultrasound. Other than me, we also have Dr. Susan Alpert, who is a very known FDA advisor. She does our regulatory work. We have Professor Eli Flexer, who teaches electrical engineering in Afeka, a college in Israel. And we have Dr. Michael Barkagan, who teaches electrophysiology in Shamir Medical Center, and he did his postdoc in Harvard. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope it was interesting for you.
All right. Yuval Kudu, thank you very much.
Right.
That's you, your Q&A, please. I'll take the clicker.
All right.
Questions?
So, questions.
if you have like a pacemaker, you can only charge it with ultrasound, or there are some other things you can use?
So today, if you have a pacemaker, it's non-rechargeable. You cannot recharge today a pacemaker.
Yes, but if you make it rechargeable, is it only ultrasound, or you can use something else?
So until now, since there's no other technology, there have been attempts to recharge pacemakers using other methods. As I said, the magnetic charging. But once the implant is a little bit too small, a little bit too deep, which pacemakers are, it simply doesn't work. And ultrasound is the only way of charging such an implant.
But why not some, I don't know, some kind of different other frequency of electromagnetic fields?
Usually
which penetrates your body.
So there have been attempts, but no one has ever been successful. So I don't know. People have tried. Maybe in 5 years someone would make it, but until now, it has not been possible.
How long does the charging take?
Less than an hour with my technology.
Is there a significant heating of this device
So
during
we
charging?
use the same safety threshold of ultrasound that is used for scanning. So it's as safe as it is for diagnostics. It will be the same thing.
But in diagnostics, you sort of
so no heating, no nothing.
But in diagnostics, you kind of go over like a large area versus here you focus on the device. What if you miss?
So our system, our disposable probes, create focused ultrasound on the implant while staying within the thresholds of the diagnostic ultrasound. So there's no heat, it's completely safe. Our thermal index and mechanical index are very low, and this is because we're using low frequencies that don't get absorbed within the tissue, and also can penetrate very deep.
And the batteries, are they becoming better in these devices? Are they sort of like getting like, there was like, how often do you need to recharge those?
Right now, every pacemaker patient, cardiac implant patient, gets his battery replaced between, I've heard, even 3 years to 15 years. If someone who doesn't need the implant gets an implant, it will be replaced every 15 years. If someone needs that implant, it can be replaced every 3 years. So,
but the batteries are improving, are they not? So could it be that it will get to sort of 50 years and then 100 years and then it?
With the thing with energy, that as long as the more energy there is, the higher the demands for energies are. So if you give more energy to the implants, some of them will last a longer time, but there will be new kinds of implants that will have a higher energy demand. And right now we're facing implants that need energy and don't have this energy. So this is why people are having battery replacement surgeries with an 11% complication rate. This means over 110,000 people suffer from complications every year because of it.
You mentioned that you had a signed LOI with Boston Scientific. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
It's a letter of interest. It's not a letter of intent. There's nothing obligatory, but they're very interested. I met with the president of the cardiac division. I met with the whole team, with the CTO, and they're very interested in technology. And they've given us this letter to show how interested they are.
Another question over here.
So in terms of the battery, isn't the lifetime not only dictated by the energy charge, but also by the lifetime of the degradation of the battery? And doesn't the battery degrade faster if you charge it more?
So it usually goes by cycles. The batteries we are having can go through 100 cycles. So 100 cycles every 2 years, every 4 years. That's 400 years, 200 years. Way more than the average expectancy of the patient. But right now, most implants, the only reason they replace them is because the battery has run out. Not because of some device malfunction. You have electronic devices that can last 100 years with no problem, especially in the medical grade.
What other question?
Well, if the things are going well, how long does it take to get regulatory approval after first human test?
So we hope that within 2 years, or even less, after our first in human, because it will be either a breakthrough device or a step device, a safer technologies path within the FDA.
All right, one last question from Dr. Bell.
How likely is that when you sort of point this device towards charging the battery, it will end up breaking the device or breaking the battery or something like that.
And so the device is sealed within something called the can that is made of titanium. It has a titanium shell. So there's no way of breaking it. I mean, you'd have to give it some really strong hit for it to break.
So this device is inside.
The device is inside, it's embedded within the pacemaker. It's a part of our patented concept that the receiver is planted within the pacemaker shell.
So worst case scenario is not that it will sort of make the battery broken, but it just doesn't charge.
So in case it doesn't charge, if our system doesn't charge, it doesn't affect the implant's functionality at all. It simply have to be replaced like any other kind of medical device once its battery runs out.
Okay.
All right. Yuval, thank you for that on Kudu.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We have one more to go to talk about a scientifically proven solution to build employee soft skills affordably and effectively. From Flourish, it's Yasna.
Communication, stress management, conflict management, and leadership, they are so-called soft skills, but they are part of something bigger called emotional intelligence. But did you know that companies are losing billions each day due to the lack of these competencies of their employees? I worked in international corporations in executive positions for over 13 years. I've been IT director in Deutsche Telekom Group, and I firsthand seen these problems, teams falling apart due to the lack of these competencies. What I know as well is that companies are investing into development of these soft skills. But there is a problem. They find existing solution as not effective, time demanding, and expensive. 2019, I became coach for development of soft skills and emotional intelligence. And thanks to my IT background, for me, it was completely clear that it is possible to build digital coach. And that's it. That's what we build. Our solution consists of two parts. There is a mobile app that measures, develops, and tracks progress of employees. It's gamified. It makes soft skills become habit, which is actually a problem. Knowledge and training does not stick with us. We do not change habits. And that's what Flourish changed. On the other side, there is a dashboard for HR, for progress tracking of employees. And basically, our solution saves 20 to 80% of HR training budget. After 18 months long scientific study, it is proven that our solution really improves emotional intelligence. It works. And we have a recipe. 2 times per week, 10 minutes each time, and after 3 months, 86% of employees will improve their emotional intelligence and soft skills. There are competitors on the market, from those traditional ones, like working one-to-one or going to training, through some digital solution. I will just mention that, for example, Calm entered into this space, and last year they had a revenue of 75 million. And they are just developing one competence, stress management. Our unfair advantage currently consists of two parts. We are only solution in the world officially recommended by UNDP that develops soft skills and emotional intelligence. And on the other side, we have scientific proof that our solution really works. Soft skills market will reach 73 billion in next 7 years. We are targeting Northern Europe and United States, and we are targeting companies who have over 250 employees. When we sell 100 licenses, we earn 10,000 euros. And we already have customers. For example, Flourish is present at Denver University, United States, and UNDP are using it, but we are currently focusing on the corporations. We plan to grow in next 5 years gradually through building our own sales network, focusing on United States and Europe, but as well partnering with distributors. With that, we plan to to earn 86 million in next 5 years and to exit after 6 to 7 years. Behind Flourish is a very experienced team. There has been 2 female founders, and then we team up with the biggest software development company in Montenegro, Amplitudo. We have psychologists, and so far we managed to bootstrap our solution, and basically our first customer, Erste Bank from Austria, became our first investor. And 2 months ago, we are named among 15 best edtech present in United States. So we are looking for 500,000 for growth. Basically, we want to improve some functionalities in our solution, but the majority will go into sales. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready for questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Jasna.
Maybe I will need it.
Yes, exactly. Go ahead. Hold on to that. Question over here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Could you just talk a little bit more about the core product experience? So like what type of modules are employees engaging in to develop stronger EQ?
What types of employees?
Not what types of employees, but more just about the core product experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are they watching videos? Are they interacting with each other? I know there's like a coaching element to it, but obviously it's easier to see it.
It starts with psychometric test. With psychometric test, you can measure your emotional intelligence. Basically, you can discover from your self-awareness over your awareness over of your self-management through the relationship management. And basically, when we develop this individual profile, then we serve you short gamified exercises. Basically, with scientific proof, we discover usage model, and this is around 10 minutes, and we discovered that it is not, we are not achieving, employees are not achieving better result if they are using app like 5 times per week or 7 times per week. It's enough 2 times per week, which is basically 4 hours in 3 months, and they improve their emotional intelligence. Yeah, thank you.
You mentioned that it's scientifically proven.
Yes.
How is it scientifically proven? What do you mean?
Okay, so we invested into scientific research. We partnered with University of Montenegro, so psychologists and were doing research. This research has been done on 700 subjects. So first of all, psychometric test for measuring emotional intelligence has been assessed whether this is really psychometric tool that you can measure initial state and progress. And after that, people were using app in different scenarios. So at that time, we didn't know whether you have to use this app each day or you can use it once per week. So we were saying, like, you know, just use it at least once per week to see what's going on. And then after each month, it was again remeasured their progress. So we discovered that after, for example, 1 month, already 70% of people, users, improved their competencies. But after 3 months, it was 86. After that, we didn't even measure. Why? Because, unfortunately, when we speak about mobile apps, it is very hard to perceive constant engagement after 3 months of usage. Not only for our application, but for majority of mobile educational app, for example, Duolingo is having same problem. So we were focusing into a period when we know that the engagement will be the highest, first 3 months.
Okay, but what if you compare it with just asking the user to do anything twice a week? Like whatever, like not with your application,
no, actually,
with some other application, like whatever application he does twice a week, would it improve?
No, we were been asking them to use our app, like open it and do something that we call training day. Mm-hmm. And then by that we discovered how, let's say, way of usage you can achieve best results. For example, we had users who've been using app each day. And not only that, they were going to repository and even playing more exercises from the app. But basically with that, they managed to measure optimal way of its usage. Probably it could be even more optimized in the future, so we can get better results, but currently these results are very good.
Okay.
Any other questions from the jury?
how does long results last? It's a very interesting question, and basically what we can tell is that when we speak about emotional intelligence, there are scientific proofs that shows that anyone here can improve it. Basically, some statistics says that can be improved by 25%. But what if we stop doing anything? Will this degrade? I don't have answer for that. Basically, what our app is doing, it's reminding you to use exercise. And what we noticed as well, that after a longer time, so when this initial 3 months passed, people are returning to the app. For example, they have some problem, they have some conflict to resolve, or they are under certain stress, or they do not know how to communicate assertively in certain situation, and then they are using our app. But basically, this is something to be discovered as well.
I've recently just, TikTok advised me that the reason why humanity exists is because of psychedelic mushrooms. Because psychedelic mushrooms, they develop new pathways which allows people to engage better with each other, and that humans were following through the path of animals which were shitting, and then the mushrooms was growing up, and the humans ate them. So maybe if you add psychedelic mushrooms twice a week, that would be even better result. And it's totally scientific.
Certainly a new vertical.
If you are going to invest into that, I'm ready to try. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for that. And we have one more. The final today, the next gen sales training platform, JetConf. Dennis, here you go, sir.
Yeah. Ich heiße Dennis. Das ist Maria und ich habe ein Video für euch.
It's nice to talk to you. My name is Maria. Do you have a moment for me?
I'm quite busy right now. Can we make this quick?
Absolutely. Am I right to understand that you already have an office supplier?
Yes, we do have a stationary supplier.
Right. Would you agree that there's always a place for growth and a better deal?
Sure, but it depends on what you're offering.
True. Would you say a competitive price and flexible supply would be interesting for you?
Great. I'll look out for your email. Thanks for reaching out.
Sure, Jessica. It was a pleasure talking to you. Have a great day.
You too, Maria. Bye.
You guys, I nailed it. I nailed it.
So we create a platform where AI role play your customers to practice sales and customer support skills. Why we do this? Because lack of practice and skill gaps cost companies hundreds K USD and millions in lost profit. We help customer-facing teams identify and close skill gaps to them faster with AI practice. We cut the ramp-up time and increase win rate up to 20% after 1 month's training. So how it works? Imagine typically CRM pipeline, but each deal is managed by bot. Sales rep should call to the bot, find the hidden problem and close the deal. So newbie will reach 400 necessary calls in 1 month instead of 3. Our know-how is dual tasking cognitive training. Depends on your skills level, we will show you in parallel suggestions, casual games or quizzes. This approach is used in healthcare and rehabilitation. We are adopting it for sales training with the University of South Florida. After each attempt, we show you scorecards, feedback, and digitized skills with a bias-free evaluation. The AI sales training market is still emerging, but it's expected to reach $1 billion USD in the next 5 years. Unlike our competitors, we are not just another one rapper about ChatGPT. So we solve 3 main problems: bots memory, hallucinations, and cut the cost of voice AI. Of course, I'm not saying that we solve the main AI worldwide problems, but we make it just for our niche, and it works in our use cases. Our clients are mid and large companies with 100 plus customer-facing teams. Employees. We sell them licenses per seat or per usage. We came to Constructor Accelerator with one problem: long deal cycle. And here we change our horizontal solution into verticals, 3 key verticals: finance, telecom, and aviation service. And we pre-signed a $500,000 contract with bank already, so thank you. And the finance vertical is most interesting for us because banks have a lot of trainings. They need every year certifications. They need to prove the compliance risk assessment. So here we created 100 typically simulations just for banks and selling them through training agencies directly in training budgets of financial companies. And without any integrations, it's much more easy to sell. Our team has 12 years experience in HR tech, working with big enterprises. My partner Alexei is from Microsoft US-based team in sales. We with Artem sold our company 3 years ago in Russia and moved our team here in Europe and now start a new company in the same field. So our ask $500,000 to set up marketing and sales and to reach 1.2 million in the next year. Our goal is to create a company where AI can upskill people instead of firing them. Thank you.
Round of applause. Dennis, thank you very much. JedConf, questions from the jury? Any questions? Once.
Who is your competition? I mean, there must be a lot of competition. It's not.
Of course. Let me show. So we have three US-based companies. Udly last week earned 13 million USD as a seed round. Second Nature, this is a company that existed before COVID time, and they changed it to generative AI bots. Hyperbond, this is a first gen AI company, and we have about 7 companies in advance who work in the same field. But we know all of them, but we, with focus on verticals, go from this red market to blue with in vertical in finance. So, for example, finance vertical. There is no right now the company who specialized in financial training with deep understanding of the context. For example, the data from EU and US regulators, we can make more specific and bots that can beat every of the competitors in this vertical.
Which other software products do you need to integrate with, like HR, CRM?
Right now, in our we don't need any integration. So we took open data from regulators, for example, banks regulators, make trainings with agencies. Of course, we do it with agencies and sell it like trainings with a human, but with AI for companies. So in this case, we start without any integrations. On the second stage, for example, after the piloting project, we can add any integrations with CRM. We can take data from the Gong, for example, from a voice recording from Gong, and make bots more realistic, more and more realistic. So there are step-by-step integration. But we can take money on the first stage.
This Second Nature company, which raised 15.5 million in 2018, it was founded. What is the traction? How big are they?
Yeah, they have Microsoft as a client, and also last maybe at the end of the May, they have assessments for all Microsoft employees, about 125 key assessments they did on Second Nature. That's information that I have. They have some. They have no such a lot of revenue when they didn't use Gen AI. Right now, it works better when they add Gen AI in the bot scenarios.
Any other questions?
Hyperbond, for example, reached 1 million in 1 year.
Okay, Dennis.
Yeah.
Chetkamp, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I do need that clicker. So, we have finished the second round of pitches. A round of applause for all 15 of our startups, please, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a 15-minute break so that the jury can deliberate, and I just want to let you know that after the awards ceremony, there will be a brief reception out there, a glass of champagne and or juice, and then afterwards, around 6:30, there will be some shuttles outside, smaller buses and cars to take you back to your hotels, and if you're going to the gala dinner, there is a coach bus, a big bus, about 60 people can fit inside, that will leave at 6:45 sharp. I'll remind you again, please take 15 minutes and we'll see each other right back here. All right, everybody. Just come on in. Water's fine. All right. So we've made it to this point. And who's going to come up on stage right now to announce our 3 honorable mentions from our cohort of 15 startups. Please welcome Omar from Nextfort.
Hi, thanks. Thanks all. I'll keep this fairly quick, but it was honestly, it was an honor to be invited here today to listen to all the amazing pitches. Yeah, a real amazing spread across different use cases and verticals. The ones I really liked was JetConf. I can really see the applicability in a company like ours and in a B2B SaaS company and clear route to market. Bloodflow as well, great traction and super interesting use case. And the one that really kind of speaks to Nextfort's mission, I really thought was ExoHeal, in terms of democratizing access to technology, lowering the price point and making something available for so many people who can't access that care today. So yeah, big round of applause to all of those 3. I really enjoyed all of the talks. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Okay. All right. Everybody who joined the WhatsApp group for the audience vote, thank you very much for that. You were very, very diligent in voting, and I'm pleased to announce that the winner of the audience vote is Kaztwin. Round of applause, sir. It's okay. Come on. There you go. Round of applause. Let's hear it. All right. Did you want to say something, please?
Yes, thank you so much for voting.
Short and sweet.
Unexpected for me.
All right. Thanks. All right. All right. Without further ado, I'd like to call up on stage from Constructor Capital for the big announcement, Managing Partner Maria.
First of all, I would like to thank all startups who participated in this second batch of Constructor Start Demo Day. It was not easy decision, and jury chose one startup, Kudomed. This is the winner. Yeah, so it is $100,000 which we will invest from Constructor Capital.
Wow.
It's yours.
Okay.
It's mine. Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah. Yuval, did you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. Well, guys, thank you so much. I'm really proud to be here today, and wow, thank you. Didn't expect it. Wow.
All right. Congratulations. And let's have a big round of applause for all of our startups today, please, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Briefly we have some goodies for the jury. Is that right, Amirhan? Okay, that I believe is a no. Then I would kindly ask everybody to go out to the foyer, enjoy a glass of champagne or a juice. We will have then we have a photo op. Where is that going on? Right here with Kudo. Yeah, Yuval, we're not done with you. I guess we're having some more pictures with you, sir. So don't take off with that check just yet. Thank you, everybody. All startups. All participating startups, please, to the stage, every single startup. Thank you very much.